Good day, good afternoon, good evening everyone, this is Viper of Viperland, and I kind of forgot to load up the game, kind of just left it where we left it last night, but hey, we're back here in Cast Child. Oh, we gotta start brand new file for this one actually. This is a select all negative delusions route, so we're starting from the top, and we going negative. Thankfully the fast forward is, as we know, fairly powerful here, so it should be fine. So it's all negatives except the delusion that follows after leaving the hospital in Chapter 5, apparently. That's it. All negative until then. And then we basically have to start, we have to save right as we hit new stuff, because there's 2 routes within this route, and 4 bad endings, depending on what we pick for the 3 delusions in this route, apparently. So, definitely save at the start of that. But yeah, otherwise, just kind of letting it go. I suppose I could have at least, well, I suppose I could have at least gotten it to the first delusion, but whatever. Too late. We're here. Do have to adjust the mic though, just a smidge high tonight. It's always a little too high or a little too low. It's the way of the world, unfortunately. Alright, Chapter 1. Some of these I don't think we've ever chosen negative for. We'll see. I feel like we chose a lot of positives overall. Oh. Dang it. I hit the wrong button. I hit R1 again. Hopefully nobody saw that. There's nobody in chat yet, so I'm hoping nobody saw that. Gotta start it from the beginning because I hit R1 instead of R2. Yep. It's gonna be like, yeah, it's been one of those days. It hasn't. It hasn't been one of those days. It's been a fine day. Oh, damn it. Ark saw. Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah, no, you saw nothing. Nope, no, nothing. If I'd hit any other button on the controller except for R1, it would have worked fine. But I hit R1 instead of R2. L2 and R2 are the triggers. L1, I don't remember what L1 does. I think it's a force skip, and R1 is the skip we've been doing where, like, you know, it stops when we hit something we haven't seen yet. Alright, well thankfully it was only like a minute, but still, it's a wasted minute, I guess. Let's just make sure my pee is going good. Yeah, good enough. Alright, Chapter 1. For the first time tonight. Definitely haven't seen that screen before. So yeah, there's definitely going to be some new content because we have not seen all the negatives. I feel like at this rate we've seen every positive though, I think. R2. Then fast forward. Oh, including this one. But wait a second. Serica just said it would depend on the person. Serica and I have known each other for a long time. We've been friends since we were little, and we still spend a lot of time with each other. Which means there's a good chance that she likes me. Or is obsessed with you and everything you do. More important, I suppose. In other words, if I went for it, I could at least get a kiss. That's right, Cool Cat Press said the same thing in October 10th, 1999 edition. It was a special titled How to Silence a Woman by Kissing Her. Wow. Also, hey Kaleido, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. This fall, women are waiting for your kiss. Cool Cat Press is just... Let's be honest. Cool Cat Press is written by Taku-1, right? Right? Share an unbalanced kiss and fall in love. Do whatever it takes to trick her into kissing you. He who dares wins. Oh, just... do whatever it takes to trick her into kissing you. Yeah, because, you know, women are just meek, feeble creatures. Once they've been tricked into a kiss, they're like, oh, I must have wanted this, clearly. They have no free will of their own, and once you've tricked someone into kissing you, they're basically your girlfriend. That's what the that's clearly what the magazine's saying. Onoe, just for a bit. Just for a bit, okay? Wow, that immediate face. Huh? Just for a bit, what? I grabbed a confused Serica and forced her down on the bed. We're going to be getting a bit of this tonight, unfortunately. They're all negative delusions tonight. Taku's little buddy helped him write it and produce it and collect the pixie. Yep. Just for a bit, really, just for a bit. He who dares wins. And they say kisses are magic. If I kiss Serica, maybe she'd fall in love with me. I wasn't sure. I wanted Serica to fall in love with me, but it really felt like I was just grabbing the first girl that was available, but I just really wanted to kiss someone, and it didn't matter who. That sounds like early game Taku, yeah. Let me kiss you on the way. Good. I felt a strong shock along my left cheek. My head shook. I was seeing stars. I like how even in his delusion, she slaps him for it. Rightfully so. Taku, you're creepy. The words stabbed like daggers into my heart. All the excitement I felt was washed away in an instant. Also, hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Oh no wait, I can't believe you, you're disgusting. So what, you think since I'm nice enough to hang out with you, I'd be sure to let you kiss me? Hell no! Good, I like how some of his delusions actually punish him correctly. Ow, don't kick me, I'm sorry. I don't care if you're sorry, what's your problem? You are so fucking creepy, die, kill yourself, right now. Bite through your disgusting tongue biting. And bleed to death, you piece of shit. Starting strong tonight. Just cut to her smiling, you know. Taku, why are you pale and shaking all of a sudden? She says, knowing damn well exactly why. No reason. Forcing her to the bed was basically a crime. Bad idea. Yeah. Yep, she did, yeah. I'm not like your average teenager who only thinks of the opposite sex. Your delusions say otherwise, Taku. Your delusions say otherwise. If my simulation with Sarika went that badly, trying it with any other girl was sure to end with me in handcuffs. Yeah, because you did a crime, dude. Anyway, Taku, give me 500 yen. Huh? For what? Hush money? Wait. That's just a simulation. What are you talking about? 500 yen? It's gonna be a night, yo. So, Sora, since you missed it, to get this ending, all negative delusions, baby. 100% negative except for one. We gotta do one positive delusion. So, hope you're ready, Sora, for all the ones we didn't get previously. Because we picked so many positives, realistically. That's right, Garo. Oh no. We don't talk that way, Garo. Don't mess with us, Garo. Are these the Garo Froggy Rangers? Suddenly, all the Garo Froggies in the classroom stood up on their own. There better be art for this. There was easily more than 30 of them. It took me a second to process what I was seeing, but who could blame me? Who wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Garo Froggy dolls started walking around of their own free will? The next thing we knew, we were surrounded. We were like frogs in the clutches of a hungry snake, or maybe humans in the clutches of angry frogs. What's going on? The stuffed animals are talking. Oh, wow, that's creepy, hilarious. We won't let anyone make fun of us, Garo. Let's teach them a lesson, Garo. Let the bloody nightmare begin, Garo. Their eyes weren't smiling. This felt really bad. What? You stupid little frogs think you can pick a fight with us? One of my classmates carelessly approached the green Garo Froggy. No, don't! What did the frog do? It was too late. The green Garo Froggy launched itself like a missile at his mouth and forced its way down his throat. Then it ripped its way out of his stomach from the inside. Oh, okay, he just got aliened. Cool. No, my stomach. Something long, pink, and glistening slid out from the gaping hole in his stomach. That's when the screaming began. No one escaped the classroom alive. The Garo Froggies showed no mercy. They indiscriminately slaughtered both boys and girls. And I was the least lucky of them all. I was the last survivor. If only they'd killed me sooner, I wouldn't have had to piss myself in despair, trapped in a classroom where the walls were covered in blood and guts and brains. I wouldn't have had to see my classmates die. We're going to experiment on you, Garo. Oh, okay. You're going to be a human puppet, Garo. We're going to enter you and then we'll control you, Garo. Please. Don't worry, the pain will end soon, Garo. Some of the negative delusions early on are kind of messed up. The green frog leapt towards my mouth. A huge wet lump forced its way down my windpipe and inside of me. Second reference in the negative delusions in the beginning of this game to chewing off your own tongue. 2 for 2 for something that, I mean, in a delusion happens later. Should have chewed off my own tongue and died that way, with a frog in my throat. But it's too late for regrets now. That's like something out of a cheesy horror movie. Wrongsiders these days preferred big-budget action movies. Something like this would never sell to them. I erased the stupid simulation from my mind. He also likes this. I don't think he referred to many of the positive delusions as simulations. Maybe once or twice, but I don't think it was common. I think we picked negative for this one. I think this was the catch. Nope, never mind, that was positive then. Watch out! I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I reached out my hand to keep her from falling. For some reason, I felt a powerful impact on the top of my skull as I slammed into the ground. My vision went black. I was about to pass out. What the heck just happened? Allow me to explain. When the Empress lost her balance, for some reason she decided to regain it by jumping. The momentum caused her body to twist in the air. As a result, she landed a perfect flying roundhouse kick to Miyashiro's head. As you do, Miyashiro loses the bout by TKO. Alright, I liked that one. That was a good one. Given that was just one possibility, I probably shouldn't do anything. That was the best one so far. There are some really good negative ones, like suplexing the fool, right here. We know we picked negative for this one. That was the best of the early game negatives we got. I'll save roughly every chapter or so just to keep myself from screwing up. Or having a recovery point when I eventually screw up. Did we see this one before? And then a miracle occurred. A sudden wind blew through the window. I swear we saw this one. Kurusu's hair was blown violently by the wind. But that was all. That's it. This time she held down the pleats of her skirt to keep it from flying up. Instead, the papers scattered on the desk and shelves were lifted up and blown about the room. Hey, somebody shut the window. Ito and I mumbled complaints as we picked up the fallen papers. What's this? Well, maybe we did see this as blue then, yeah. Kurusu picked up one of the papers on the ground. When I saw what it was, I froze. I could feel the color drain from my face. That was a color printout I made from a scanned page of Cool Cat Press. I printed it out, but forgot to take it back with me. Naughty ways to seduce any woman. I love that this isn't the first one either of, like, Taku gets caught reading Cool Cat Press and everyone around him hates it. Ah, don't read it! Use these tips to bring any woman to your bed. When even Ito's disappointed in you? When he's like, dude, come on, man. Don't look at me that way. Takuru, is this yours? Is it subtle? If it is, then I have a question. Who exactly were you planning on bringing to your bed? Answer me. My life was over. I fell to the ground without answering her question, my heart filled with despair. Cool. Just imagining that situation was enough to give me goosebumps. The thought of it happening for real made my blood run cold. I shouldn't hope for things. One glimpse of the White Goddess was enough. I forgot, we had back-to-back. Did we have this one before? Probably. Well, negative it is. Kazuki, does your hand look even worse than it did a moment ago? Kurusu's voice was filled with panic. Takuru, look at Kazuki's hand. What? We just had a whole bunch of... Alright. What? Worried, I looked back towards Kazuki. She was clutching her right arm with a pained expression. An eerie dark miasma was seeping out of it. Ah, it's the Chunin. Impossible. We sealed it away. They've gone full Chunin. The dark power is out of control. Has she awakened? Kurusu looked at me, suddenly uncertain. This is way too soon. The seal was supposed to last another 10 years. She's just too powerful for the seal to contain her then. Or perhaps something is approaching the city that has awakened her power. This isn't a good time to talk. We're in big trouble. Ito, Kurisu, we have to do the ceremony by ourselves. Of course there's a ceremony. Oh, crap! We were too slow to notice. The seal was about to break. Well, an overwhelming torrent of darkness burst forth from Kasuga's body and streaked towards me. They really are, aren't they? It was cold, like absolute zero, and I felt my mind slowly fading away. That's the kind of stupid stuff a third grader might think about during class, but I was old enough that it was just embarrassing. There are 2 trophies we'll probably have to come back for. Excuse me, sorry. There is one for going through the entire of the normal route without getting any of these wrong, so we could just go through the route with like neutral stuff, just speed through it and just never get any of the map triggers wrong. There's also a trophy for getting 20 consecutive map triggers wrong, so I think we'll have to do those on separate playthroughs. But with the fast forward, and by the time, if we're doing those last, we should be able to speed through everything without any new content popping up, so it should be fine. I think we've seen both on this one? I don't remember. Did we see negative the first time? No, we didn't. Okay. The first playthrough was so far back, I don't remember which ones we saw negative on. And I know on most of the subsequent runs, we've had to pick all positive. And then suddenly the door flung open. Who the fuck is knocking on my door? An angry and very underdressed man came storming out. His hair was short and permed, and he had a gold necklace around his neck. Oh no, this guy was bad news. Serika had frozen in surprise. Were you the one who knocked? When he glared at me, I shook my head without thinking. And then he turned his gaze towards Serika. Then it was you? Oh man, way to throw her under the bus. I'll teach you a lesson about what happens when you screw with me, you stupid kid. The man grabbed Serika by the hand and tried to pull her into the... Wow, you just threw her under the bus and just gonna let this happen? No, let me go! You were the one who knocked. No turning back now. Taku! She turned towards me for help with tears in her eyes. Something really bad was about to happen to her. I had to do something. I had to... Please stop. Shut the fuck up! I was suddenly kicked in the solar plexus. The force sent me flying all the way back to the other wall, where I collapsed on the ground. Well, you tried. You did your best. The pain was so great that I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even stand up. And then the door shut. I could hear the man's yelling and Serika's screams from within. All I could do was crumple up into a ball on the ground, crying in fear and frustration. That's how useful Taku is. What if that happened? Serika was just too reckless. We didn't belong in a place like this anyway. I bit my lip and watched in fear as she kept knocking. Stop it, okay? You sure? Alright. Oh yes, the happy room. Where only good times happen. We still don't really know if the knocking really plays into anything, or if it's just part of, like... I don't know what the knocking is, but it could just be a side effect of, like, literally any part of the shenaniganry going on. Ah yes, it's Watui, or Wakui. He's such a nice guy. We don't like. I really don't know how all these intersect. Like, I don't know if he's always been with the committee, or if it's just that ending. Like, who knows? Just gonna save for the hell of it. We've made it a good ways in. Also, chapter 1's just long as hell. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The doorknob spun on its own. The door opened. I couldn't believe it. I'd forgotten to lock the door. Someone was here. Who? Was it Serica or Gen? Or someone who had something to do with what happened yesterday? Was it okay for me to just stand here? Who's there? A small shadow slipped through the gap in open door and came inside. There's only one or two, like there's only those small handful, but there's a few little like just missing words. Who is this girl? Our eyes met. Then I realized that I should have looked away. Who are you? Her eyes were blank and out of focus. It's like she was looking at me, but she wasn't. Her skin was so pale she looked sick. She was mumbling something. She had something behind her back. It was a knife, over 20 centimeters long. Shit. Shit. She was insane. Then I remembered. I remembered who she was. She was the girl at the crime scene. What was she doing here? The witnesses have to die. Have to die. What? Oh, good times. She left me without warning. Yep, good times. I felt a terrible pain in my solar plexus, all aimed for solar plexus. I looked down and saw that the knife was embedded deep within my chest. Oh ho! She giggled as she pulled the knife out. Very gurgly. Die! And again. And again. The knife went in. How could somebody die like this? It was insane, I thought. Like mother, like daughter, apparently, yeah. That's stupid. That wasn't going to happen. Yeah, no way. None. I kept telling myself that as I went over and locked the door. It was just like how, after you saw a horror movie, you ended up afraid to go to the bathroom at night. One theory said that a scary experience like that throws the brain into overdrive and causes it to emit too much dopamine, which triggers strong delusions. Basically, I was overthinking it, yeah. Nothing crazy like that was actually going to happen. It's physically impossible, so I was fine, just fine. Took a deep breath and managed to calm myself down. Alright, cool. Man, considering the endings we got from all positive delusions, I can't even imagine what we're going to get from all negative. Like when the baseline is pick negative for every delusion, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's going to be great. Happy times. Alright. Oh yeah, this one we had seen. I guess we've seen both of that one now then. That was the eye drops one. See, I'm fairly worried because right now I think there have been a few people in this game that have portraits that haven't been evil, but Gen's one of them, and I don't want Gen to be evil. Gen, the cop, Momose, and scientist chick. They haven't, I mean, they've played big enough story roles, but they haven't been like part of the grand conspiracy or part of the committee or a murderer. Chris who loved sweets. But like and Gen has done relatively little in the storyline, whereas at least like everyone else has had fairly... Oh, you're right, the waitress. The waitress and Gen are the two that haven't had fairly major story roles. Which worries me. Unless we could win her over, we weren't going to be able to continue with the case. Okay, let's go buy something to bribe her with. Ito, find me the top 3 most famous sweet places in Shibuya. Leave it to me. The Vice President's heart is yours. It was time for the mission to begin. So here you go. This is a present for you, Kurisu. I knew that Kurisu was staying late after school to get ready for the festival. I handed her the present I just bought. Ito had found me a pancake place near Shibuya Station. It was a popular store where there was always a line of girls outside. I heard it was one of the few places where you could get pancakes for takeout, so I quickly chose it. Standing in line with the girls for an hour was almost torture, but I somehow managed to do it. Is this pancake from Eggs and Thanks? Yeah, why? What are you planning? You don't need to say that after I was nice enough to go buy you something. You never bought me a present before. You're after something, aren't you? Ito? What's going on here? I guess we're bribing you so you let us keep working on the case? Wow. You asshole. You could have put up more of a fight than that. Sorry, Miyashiro. I just can't fight the power of her stare. I'm glad you got me something, but I can't accept this. Kurusu handed the pancakes back to me. She was always so serious about this stuff. You do enjoy them. They're really good. Her face was smiling, but her eyes weren't. Well, so I guess the positive one is the plan succeeds and she accepts the gift, and the negative is just like, no. Yeah, that's what would happen. Kurusu would see through any attempt at bribery I made. It's a bad idea to try and buy her off. Why would I want to split a pancake dinner with Ito anyway? Or would it work better if Ito didn't go with me? Yeah, that's the crux of it. It's clearly Ito. Okay. Just because I know I'll screw this up somehow, let's just save it here. What was the previous line game? Line. Picture of the body. Don't look at me. Should just do this regular speed. Group dive. You'd figure I just had this one memorized by now. Summary the case. Yep, yep. Second case. Yep. Picture of the body. Oh, I did forget that one actually. Pregnant man. There we go. Picture of the body from the Love Hotel is right about there. It's like we've seen these pictures a bit by now. Just a bit. A secret place never seen of Don't Look at Me. Was that one? Yeah. Yep, all those, cool. Easy peasy. Yep, just... I think we saw this one -2. I think. Yes, we did. Okay, that was the initial one. Yeah, yeah. I don't think we saw this one negative, though. Yeah. Iruma sighed, annoyed. Right, I'll confess. Confess? No way, to murder? I was hunting old men. Huh? Do you know what I mean by hunting? I'll go find a guy in the streets and tell him he gets one go with me for 10,000 yen. And then, when we get to the hotel, I tell him to take a shower first, and while he's in the shower, I invite all my friends in. Our friends? Then we tie up the naked old man, take a bunch of pictures, and steal all the cash in his wallet. He's doing something illegal, so he can't go to the police. It's the perfect crime. In other words, she had very scary friends. But last time, the guy decided to fight back. We got pissed off. And we killed him. No one said a word. By the way, I know all your names and faces now, so when you're out late at night, be careful. My friends might come pay you a visit. Alright. It was a possibility, wasn't it? I couldn't think of any other good reason for her to be in that hotel. We still don't really know the good reason. We've gone through her ending. Like, we know from the main path that was a friend of her brother's or somebody who knew her brother. So maybe she was talking to him about, like, family stuff, I guess? I don't know. I feel like that's just not going to be fleshed out, and that's okay. It's fine. I just feel like if it wasn't during her ending, it ain't going to happen. Yep, that's still there, huh? Oh yeah, the third eye opens. It's funny they'll let you go through the first chapter, but after that it's like, nah. But it still lets me take screenshots. It's weird. Didn't interrupt. Yeah, no, it didn't. I mean, it focused a lot more on her, like, family situation, and I could see why she'd want to keep in contact with someone who knew her brother. So I guess that's the extent of what we get. Alright, saw this one negative already. Oh, was that the sandwich fight? No, that was later, right? I don't remember. Take from the outside, so... Upload wiki with footage on the outside. That one. Long tends to shot a sumo sticker looking down on the "Don't Look at Me" case walls. Newspaper club video, so that one. And the longer photo of it is... I forgot which one. Was it that one? No, it's that one. Revolving Dead is that one. Cool. Okay. And last sticker. Cool. Some stickers all over town. Still don't really know whose route this is going to be, but I'm ready to find out. Still got a few more delusions to go through first, but this one we already saw negative? Right? No, I wanted to see you no matter what. But you didn't have to come all the way to my school if they find out about us. I don't care. You may not care, but I do. It felt like they were about to start a fight. What kind of relationship did they have? Was I imagining it, or was there something immoral about their relationship? I see. I'm sorry, but I want you to understand this no matter what. I intend to protect you forever. Huh, even though I'm still a kid. That doesn't matter. This is... Sarika seemed confused, but I was sure about what was going on. Those two were... Hey, do you love me? Yeah, I love you more than anyone in the world. I knew it! Oh no, I felt like I'd seen something I really shouldn't have. You mean it? I mean it. If you get involved with a girl like me, your whole life might be ruined. That doesn't matter. I told you that, didn't I? You're a fool. You really are a fool. I'm trying to keep my distance from you, but you follow me no matter where I go. I don't want to make you unhappy. Arimura covered her face with her hand. It looked like she was crying. The air felt heavy. It's like a scene from a movie. I won't be unhappy. Protecting you is what makes me happiest of all. The detective held her gently. With all these people around, he's so bold. The two of them gazed at one another. Arimura softly closed her eyes as the tears kept falling. Their lips drew ever closer. cut away. If that happens, I won't investigate it. I'm not chasing gossip. Gossip, I've got my pride. Normally, I wouldn't want to even watch something like this.
ゴシップって何？
What's gossip? You didn't even know that? How could it be part of the newspaper club if you didn't know that? It's when you write sensational articles about a person's private life.
そういうのは
Is
ダ
that
メなんだ。
bad? There are a lot of gossip magazines in the world. I just don't like it, is all.
オッケー。
Okay. Sarika nodded and gave me a thumbs up.
私もゴシップみたいなことは
I won't do any
しないよう
gossip
に
stuff
する
then. Talks about pride. Yeah. Well, whatever. Aramura was ignoring me and talking with the detective, a serious look on her face. Yeah, for the maid at the cafe, I don't know, part of me just thinks maybe she's just a throwback. Because apparently she's cosplaying a character from the same series as Chaos Head. The anime he loved, what's it called? The anime. But apparently she doesn't actually, like the character she's cosplaying doesn't show up unless you go through the Chaos Head Love Choo Choo, the dating sim version of it, which never got localized. So maybe she's just a reference to that, or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe she's from the committee, maybe! Nothing would surprise me at this rate. Absolutely nothing. So we saw this one too, okay. Sound of mouse wheel scrolling. Just a lot of going through text. So, this is a throwback character. Yeah, like that might be it. But I don't know. Ah yes, the hiding in bathroom, because, you know, gotta get in the hospital. This one I think we saw. Or not, or so I said, but to be honest, I was thinking of calling it a day too. The reason why was I really had to go to the bathroom. I was about to piss myself. Of course, I was aware that I was already sitting right next to a toilet, but I didn't think it was a good idea to use the woman's bathroom, particularly in front of Sarika, so I was holding it in. But I was about to hit my limit. But still, if I missed a chance like this because of a simple biological function, it would be humiliating. Ito would laugh at me for sure. I was the president of the newspaper club. I overruled the objections of the vice president to come here. Yeah, I guess so. The positive delusion is somebody else loses their bladder. Negative is he does. I couldn't give up. I had a reputation to protect, so I... Hey, Onoe? You ready to go home? Sarika stood up, looking relieved. That's a good idea. We can come back tomorrow. No, not yet. Then what? I want to pee. Huh? So, can you go outside for a second? What? No, they'll find me. Just 30 seconds. No, then you go outside. Why would I go outside when I'm the one who needs to pee? Oh, right. Then I'll turn around, so just do it here. It's the only one speaking sense in any of these. How could she suggest something like that in such an innocent way? It's the perfect solution to your problem. That's embarrassing! Well, what? After we've known each other for all these years? Is it so embarrassing that you'd rather go through the pain of keep holding that in? Are you serious? I mean, wait, are you serious? I was so freaked out that I was repeating myself. It's fine, just do it quick. Sarika grinned a little as she turned around. Evidently, she had no intention of leaving the stall. No way, there was no way this was happening. But to be honest, my bladder felt like it was about to explode. I couldn't last any longer. I didn't have a choice. Make sure you don't look over here. Make sure. Okay. I lifted the lid, lowered my zipper, and got ready. Felt a wave of pleasure and release as I let go. Ah, that's better. The sound, though, was extremely embarrassing. I should have heard Serica put her hands over Serica put her hands over ears, but it was too late now. Asking her to do it at this point would just be more embarrassing. And since I'd held it in for so long, there was a lot that had to come out. It was taking long enough that it was actually starting to freak me out a little. Hurry up, come on, hurry up and finish. What? She laughed. She just laughed. How the hell do you laugh at a guy who's going to the bathroom? A lot's coming out, huh? Yeah. I want to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. Please, someone kill me. That's it. Alright. If that happened, I don't think I would ever recover. But Sarek and I were in a situation where that could happen at any minute. Maybe it was time to go home after all. As that stupid idea crossed my mind, the plot continued. I feel like none of them are super obvious. I feel like it's a lot of, like, in hindsight little things, especially about the delusions, but it's not something you'd pick up on going through. I mean, intentionally. But I feel like there's just enough little, like, facial cues and stuff that you can go back and be like, ah, yeah. Yeah, I know. Bastard. Bad times after being stabbed. Now this bastard keeps showing up. Chapter 3. Alright, so the one bad ending we need to the one positive we need to choose is in Chapter 5. So, got a little ways to go, but we're going. It would be going quicker, but we hadn't seen a lot of the negatives, so just by default we gotta go through them. And we should save like once per chapter. Fine, I'll help you. I guess I don't have a choice. No way. Did Kazuki grin? That was something you almost never saw. Unless he gave her, you know, ginger beef. So where are we going? I faintly hoped that something incredible was about to happen. She took me up to the roof of the school. What was she going to do here? What?
Eh?
Huh? What? Kazuki laughed? Wait, what was with that laugh? What's wrong, Kazuki? My name is not Kazuki. Your voice sounded like the filters they used to disguise someone's voice when they were on TV. We are aliens. What? We? Kazuki was the only one here. Of course it would be rude to point that out. Tried to figure out what the most likely explanation was for Kazuki's sudden change. Were they doing a play? Maybe it was a practice for a play? What if her class was doing a play with aliens in it? And so she'd come to me for help practicing because I was in her club. Maybe I should play along then. We're about to summon a UFO. Yeah, it is the ginger pork eyes.
UFO.
A UFO? Wait, did she just call it a UFO? How did that work? UFO means unidentified flying object. It was her own ship, but she hadn't bothered to identify it? Do not think you can escape. We are going to kidnap you and cattle mutilate you. Wait, is this an alien abduction thing? Kazuki tilted her head a little and walked up to me expressionlessly. Cattle mutilation. Oh. Okay, that's all you have to do, yeah. The next thing I knew, Kazuki's finger had transformed into a sharp blade, which she rammed into my chest. It was unreal, like something from a comic book. But the pain that flooded my body via my nervous system told me that this was, in fact, really happening. I tried to run, but it was too late. We will suck out all of your blood. But for some reason, the pain was gone. It actually felt sort of good. I started to pass out. I looked down at my hand and saw that my veins had turned black and purple and were poking out of my skin. Your blood is mixing with my own inside my body. It's so delicious. So delicious. More. So, vampire aliens? Miyashiro, calm yourself. What was this sensation? It felt so good. It was like falling asleep inside a warm futon when you were very tired. My whole body felt tired, but it was a good tired. Having your blood drained out of you type of tired. I closed my eyes, hoping this feeling would last forever. Well, it would last the rest of his life. Little by little, I stopped being able to feel my body. But at the same time, I felt free, as if I was floating through the sky. Good night. And then I passed out. I feel like the ones with her are always weirder because he doesn't really have much to go for her personality or anything. Like, if he's going to have a super weird delusion where somebody acts super out of character, it'll be her, because he doesn't even know what her character is besides likes MMOs, doesn't talk. So I guess it kind of makes sense. Did a part of me think that Kazuki was an alien? That surprised even me. Come to think of it, why were there lots of reports of alien abductions in America and almost none in Japan? Was it some kind of cultural difference? Maybe aliens played the same role in American culture that traditional Japanese monsters and ghosts like yokai played in ours. I felt like I should give a lecture to someone about this. As I considered this, I arrived at the courtyard. Of course he immediately felt like he had to give a lecture. Oh, I think we've seen both sides of this one too. Yeah. Destroyed the world, you know, as you do. I mean, they survived. Atop a giant Triclops war machine? Not machine, but still. Oh, that was the other good one, yeah. Him getting called out for Cool Cat Press. Also very good. So that was the one that usually mattered. But we're going past that one now. After leaving the hospital, chapter 5. Keep rereading it just to make sure I didn't botch it. And then once we get to the route, we're selecting all positives. Once we're on the route. And then, yeah, the cultural festival where nothing bad happens at all. Nothing bad. I don't think we've seen negative for these. Maybe though? Just lots of heavy breathing. Oh my. The only sound in the dark room was their panting. It's enough to drive me crazy listening to it. And then, as I pretended to sleep, I felt someone's warm hand on my crotch. Oh, we just gonna go 0 to 10? So quick? Alright. I almost jumped up and screamed, but there was a hand across my mouth. Oh. Who was it? Was it Kazuki or Sarika? Sarika's the one who'd been trying to touch Kazuki a moment ago. So was it Sarika? Was she touching my crotch? Is that the kind of person she was? No, no way. I was a high school kid now. I couldn't stay a child forever. But could she really be so bold? If Ito found out about this, there'd be trouble. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I didn't resist. I just closed my eyes and let time pass. The hands were still at my mouth and crotch. Should I accept their bold invitation? But this was... kind of assumed they were going to do that. I heard panting in my ear. Must be Serica getting excited. Serica was getting excited? Oh. Oh my, okay. Alright, we got a good Miyashiro reaction out of it, though. No! The nightmare was so horrible that I woke up screaming. Huh? Taku, what's wrong? What's going on? He thinks so highly of all of his friends. Oh, no. I came to my senses and looked around. I realized that everyone must have fallen asleep. Like, in his delusions, every single one of his friends has either, like, molested, murdered, slapped, though admittedly a lot of the slapping is absolutely his own fault. Usually when he gets slapped in one of the delusions, it's because he did something douchebaggy / assaulty. But, like, man, they were all rubbing their eyes as if they were sleeping. But was that really the case? Was I really dreaming about someone rubbing my crotch? Was it possible that Ito was just pretending to be asleep? Or you could just have a filthy mind and... Imagining that made me shiver. I had to stop thinking about it. I had to pretend it never happened. Oh wait, it's almost midnight, isn't it? Huh? And story? Yep. Poor Ito. I can't say does nothing wrong in the main story, but I can say does nothing wrong of his own free will, but just gets dunked on all the time. Mind you, I still like dunking on him because he clearly liked being choked out just a little too much, but you know, that was funny dunking on him. Having delusions of him assaulting you is not funny dunking on him. There's a difference. Chapter 4, okay, getting there. I mean, the best we get is showing that he did truly have conviction and that he didn't die. That was the best we got for him. Is it didn't permanently put him in a comatose state, and he did have strong conviction for his friends. That's the best we got for him. Which is... it could be worse, I guess, but it could be so much better, too. Just saving in general. This was the one that could get us the bad end, I think, right? Add special powers. No, that's it? Alright, cool. Pretty sure we picked positive for this one. Maybe Kurisu was feeling worried too. I was already a witness to one death. Now today I'd seen another. If they were all part of the same series of murders and the killer hadn't been caught yet, so maybe I was in a pretty dangerous position. I was trying to find the killer, just like the police. It was possible that I'd gotten in too deep and now the killer would come after me. And wait a minute. Kurisu was the vice president of the newspaper club and my sister, so maybe she was in danger too. It wasn't that long ago at all that she had been stabbed. They'd arrested the guy who had attacked her, but I'd heard that he was practically insane. What if the real killer had sent him to stab Kurisu? What if the person who found my phone saw Kurisu's photo and phone number and now was after her? That's overthinking things. I tried to tell myself that as I went inside the house. But when I knocked on Kurisu's door, there was no answer. Thought she might be asleep and tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. I'd seen the lights on from outside, so maybe she was sleeping with them on? Didn't see Dad, Yui, or Yuto anywhere. The house was always so lively, but now it seemed eerily quiet. Why wasn't there anyone here? Where had they gone? Did they go to get food and leave Kurisu here? But I looked at the time, and normally this would have been when Dad was closing up the hospital. The front door, that is, the door to the clinic itself, was still unlocked. All the lights were still on.
Masaka.
There's no way, right? I suddenly had a horrible thought. And I started thinking of even worse things. I decided to try calling Kurisu's cell phone from the line in the house. I heard the sound of a ringtone. It was coming from Kurisu's room. She was asleep after all. Why would she call me here and then go to sleep? What the heck was she thinking?
Oi, Kurisu.
Hey, Kurisu, wake up! Open the door!
Kurisu, okiro.
Kurisu, wake up! Come on! That was strange. I was pounding on the door and there was no response from inside. I had a bad premonition. There was no way. It wasn't possible, right? I tried to tell myself that everything was fine, but it wasn't working. I decided to kick down her door. I ran inside the room and gasped at what I saw. Like he has the ability to kick down a door. The whole room was covered in red. The walls, the bed, the carpets, the desk, the stuffed animals. The room was covered in bright red blood everywhere you looked. The smell of blood was strong enough that I almost threw up, and I couldn't bring myself to take another step. This way. After she get a sword, with a sword get stabbed. I mean, somebody surprising you is very easy. And we know it was like on her side, so like maybe they got her from like the back, or maybe like they stumbled towards her and she turned around. Also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Yeah, there's definitely things that need answering for her whenever she gets a root, which maybe now. Whose blood was those blood? There's no sign of Kurisu in the room. She was gone. Not only were Dad, Yui, and Yuto missing, but so was Kurisu. She disappeared, leaving behind all this blood. Leaving behind her smartphone. She disappeared without a trace. The door was locked from the inside. Even the windows were locked. Funny thing is, at this rate, if Ramen does end up being about an hour late, they won't even miss anything of the new path. They'll only miss the negative delusions. The words missing persons case flashed through my mind, but I knew it was much worse than that. I fell to my knees and clasped my head in my hands. I knew that Dad, Yui, Yuto, and Kurisu too were never coming back. That was just a daydream, but I couldn't say for sure that it wouldn't happen. The position I was in was just that dangerous. Still chapter 4, just waiting for chapter 5, waiting for the hospital. This is still chapter 4, right? Like, they're going to the hospital, but it's not the one we're waiting for. No, it should be the other one. Oh, no, this swaps to chapter 5 in here, right? Yeah. Okay, so it should be when they leave here. The chapter cut is when he turns around and sees the strangely large figure. Yeah, here. Yep, chapter 5. Cool. Alright. Have to choose positive for the delusion that follows after leaving the hospital. And that should lock us in the route. And I'm sure that once again the achievement will give away whose route it's going to be. Ah yes, bad times with the 13th Rorschach. Or the 11th Rorschach, whatever, the number Rorschach. I always think it's... Oh yeah, another one. Yep, everything's stickers. Stickers all the way down. Just generally not good times in the hospital basement. Not good times and kidnappings, yeah. This one too, I think we've seen both of. Oh wait, hold on. This is the one. Right? Delusion that follows after leaving the hospital. Choose positive. Which means maybe it's her route. If we're picking positive here, it's the only positive. Maybe it's her route. Very expensive chairs, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna have her in a security job, yep, alright. Not the route I thought, but here we be. Honestly, didn't expect her to get a route. But hey, whatever. Cool. More story. And her route has 2 branching paths in it, too. I feel like this is the split point for like every route. It's being chased by her. It's Yuki Yamazoe's, the girl, the little girl who we just kidnapped. Her. Or at least according to the trophy. Trophy would never lie to me. Yeah, it's true. We have barely gotten anything about her. And we know she's definitely got a past that has to do with that basement. So I'm sure there's something there. 2 branching paths worth of something. And several bad ends. I think we get like a record 4 bad ends on this route. So much story, so much going on. What's going on? Let me double check that. I think we'll do them after, because it all has to do with what order, or what you answer with things. Route 3 bad end 1, 2, 3, and 4, yep. Just depending on what delusions we answer. We should be good though. I mean, we got the trophy for it, so we're on this path. I swear, they all split when we're fighting for our life here. This is the point. This is the point of convergence. Or divergence, I suppose. Or maybe not this time. Nope, not this time, I guess. Alright. We got the trophy. We did the thing right. Alright, still going. I was mistaken about when it was going to split. Very mistaken. On to chapter 7. Where the hell is it going to split? I mean, we don't really have many delusions going on, so... Don't look at me as able to... Seems to be able to predict the future. That one... Robin dead. Tani, don't look at my case. You'll become famous. Popular vocalist. Cool, there you go. Active power was pyrokinetic. I like how the two separate pictures from Mountain View, they've got a can and a bottle. They could have just gone with one. Would have been fine. They're like, nah, double. Oh, this is the first time we will have chosen a positive for this, right? Yeah. We did a neutral with it the first time. Select all negative delusions but choose positive. I don't know if this counts as the... Because they specify to obtain the first of two endings, select positive for all three delusions. So the second, choose positive for the first delusion of the route before the chapter title card appears. So this might be it, but it also might not be. Either way, we're going to lock it for now. Oh, wait, we can't... No, we can't choose positive for this. Alright, well, whatever. I don't know if this is the one in question, but I'm going to answer positive anyway. Okay then, let's try it. I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing it to enhance my power. Got it? Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Also, don't talk while I'm trying to concentrate. If I can't focus, I can't do it. Started at the can that Ito had just thrown. I imagined it flying into the little hole in the garbage can. I could see the D sword appear in the corner of my vision. I'd gotten pretty good at this part. The next part was the harder one. I tried to focus on the image in my mind. Miyashiro, stop! Huh? I was interrupted by a quiet yell from Ito. What? Surprised, I turned towards Ito, and then my mouth flew open with shock. I hadn't seen them because the vending machine was blocking my view, but two girls were walking up to my bench. I saw them and panicked, and tried to shut down my power. That was the worst thing I could have done. Oh? Alright. Coffee can ended up heading towards one of the girls' feet instead of the garbage can. Crap! She didn't see it coming. There was a chance she might slip on it. If she hurt herself, it would be my fault. What should I do? Should I use my powers again to stop it? Stop, damn it! The second I told it to stop, it changed its course as if a giant hand had come down and smashed it from above. It fell to the ground with a huge clatter. The two girls leapt up at the sudden noise and then turned towards us. When they did, one of their skirts flew up. Of course. As the girl spun, she quickly put her hands on her skirt. And then our eyes met. Oh, no. Wow, you're creepy. What are you staring at? Huh? Oh, no, the sound of the can surprised me at all. I didn't see anything. Oh. But the two of them glared at me warily, then ran up the stairs. What was that about? Even if it was my fault, I'd save them from danger. I saved them from the danger that I presented, and from where I was sitting, I couldn't see anything anyway. I see. It's blue, huh? I guess he could, though. Anyway. Ito got to see what was under her skirt, and I didn't. And when they turned towards us, he looked away with a speed that rivaled being a psychic power on its own, and pretended to see nothing. So I was the one who got branded as a pervert. Hey, Ito? Wow, that's one hell of a power. I was pissed, but for some reason Ito was looking at me with newfound respect. What? I'm amazed you came up with such a great way to look into girls' skirts. You got my respect. That wasn't intentional. What? It wasn't? No. Aw, that sucks. Go home, man. No. Hear me out. Ito suddenly took on the air of a scientist and leaned closer towards me. You're too close, it's creepy. Just listen. What is it? You have just become the god of male students everywhere. Huh? What was he talking about? Oh, it's Taku and Shin. As I furrowed my brow, Sarika came down the stairs towards us.
こんなとこ
So
に
there
い
you
たんだ
are.
ね
I'll get something to drink
私も
too.
なんか飲もう
マウンテンビューにし
Get a mountain view.
うん
Sarika nodded hesitantly, then put her coin in the vending machine and hit the button for the drink next to the Mountain View. Dr. P. Damn right. There's a thud as the bottle dropped into the bottom compartment. She made the right choice. Yashiro, now!
あ
Huh?
あのペットボトルを
Knock the bottle to the floor and roll it.
なんだよ
Why?
いいからやって
Just do
み
it.
せよ
Think of it as practice.
あ
Okay. Didn't really know what was going on, but I tried to visualize the bottle Sarika was reaching for falling to the floor. The D-sword was still there in the corner of my eye, and it was easy to send the image into both of their brains. The bottle flew out of Sarika's hand just like I wanted. And it rolled along the floor just like I had envisioned. Oh, wait! Sarika stretched her hand out towards the bottle and ran after it. Of course, she was leaning forward. I mean, we only have the positive choice here, so... Just like I thought. Pure white lace. Why are we doing it? From where Ito is looking, you can see her perfectly. This is a triple. You asshole. Camera. If I took a half step forward, I could probably see it too, but that half step felt very difficult to take. I finally knew what Ito was after. Finally? You didn't know from the beginning? I couldn't stop the bottle from rolling quickly. Sarika was running after it, with her hand stretched out and her back towards us. I stood up from the bench and moved between Ito and Sarika. What are you doing, God? You know what I'm doing. You perverted deity, you're trying to have her all to yourself, aren't you? Don't call me a pervert. Trying to hide Sarika from his gaze, I imagined something else. This time, it was the bottle coming to a dead stop in Sarika's hands. I ended up saying something weird, but this time I used my full powers to stop her. But then...
みんなここにいた
Oh,
のね
hello everyone.
っていうか
Wait, what are you
何してん
doing,
のセ
Sari?
リん
Kurusu, Arimura, and Kazuki were all coming down the stairs. Why now of all times? I became totally distracted, and instead of the bottle coming to a stop, I imagined something entirely different. Oh no. It was probably because I'd imagined what Ito had just witnessed, but I ended up thinking about a naughty article I just read in Cool Cat Press. Thanks, Taku. How to Take the Girl You Want to Bed, Tell from Her Underwear Whether She's Up for It Tonight was the name of the article. It had pictures, too. The singular piece of credit I can give Cool Cat Press is that they put everything you need in the title of the article. You don't even, like, it's all right there. All the damning evidence is right there. I remember saying, if the girl's showing you her underwear, of course she's up for it. But all the girls were wearing different kinds of underwear. After taking a moment to appreciate, from an academic standpoint, the variety of underwear on offer, I started trying to guess what kind of underwear Sarika would pick, or maybe Kurusu. No, don't be stupid. Don't think about that now! But the more I tried to stop it, the stronger the strange vision became, and suddenly I heard the sound of my destruction. Huh? Yeah, it absolutely is. There was a small rustling sound as Arimura's skirt. Camera, slowly but surely and steadily started to rise. Excuse me. It went up past her knee socks, and then higher and higher. Arimura stood there for a moment in shock, and then realized what was going on and grabbed her skirt from above.
Eh?
Huh? Kurusu and Kazuki were looking at her with wide open eyes. Holy crap! It's a 4. We're committed now, though, right? We have to see how deep this rabbit hole goes, for better or most likely worse. Shit, this wasn't good. Sarah would probably laugh and forgive me. Actually, she might not even realize what had happened, but I wouldn't be that lucky with Arimura. Any second now, she was going to realize it was because of my power. And to make matters worse, I gulped. The Empress, now fully recovered, was standing next to her. If she figured out what I'd done, who knew what would happen? Well, let's find out what'll happen.
何今の
What was that? The wind? Yeah, it was the wind. It was the wind's fault, not mine. So I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. And that's my only hope. I quickly tried to come up with a new delusion. And then transmitted it into everyone's brains. Okay. Used my power to softly open a nearby window, and nobody noticed. It worked. It was as if it had been open the whole time, and all that was left was for the wind to blow through the window, and it should be able to fool them. Come to think of it, this power of mine is amazing. What? Huh? A soft breeze, just strong enough to barely move your hair, rubbed against my cheek. The wind was weak. It was super weak. I mean, at this rate, now you gotta stay with it. We can't leave now. No one else's skirt, neither Kurisu nor Kazuki's or Sarika's, was moving at all. Arimura alone had turned beet red, grabbed the hem of her skirt and started looking frantically around. The gap between her behavior and how she normally acted was cute enough that I couldn't help but stare. Wait, no! There's no physical reason for Arimura's uniform to be the only one to rise up like that. This wasn't going to fool them at all. I know. Could my power maybe cause air to convect? If it could, then there was still hope. I could just create the wind. It's just layers upon layers. I came up with a new delusion and hit everyone around me with it. I just need one strong blast of wind. Imagine a strong wind blowing. It's going to be comically too strong. Imagine the air moving violently, creating a gust of wind. Oh no. Oh no. Why is there a trophy for this? Why is he in the background? And then suddenly Kurisu's skirt flew up as well. Yes, I did it. The Empress is wearing pink striped ones. I can't believe Kurisu would wear something so cute. Now it was Kazuki's turn. The hem of her skirt suddenly flew up. Even her panties are ESO2 merchandise. Okay, that's not shocking in the least. Put some more effort into your clothing choices. Oh, shut up, Taku. It's on my trophy list forever. Hey, if we're gonna platinum the game, we're gonna platinum the game. What's going on? Next was Sarika, and then Arimura's skirts flew up again as well. Yes, it was a success. Sarika's like, Huh, wow, that sure was a strong blast of wind. Sarika does not care. I ran my fingers through my hair and whispered to myself. I was worried there for a moment, but I just barely managed to... Another soft breeze, just enough to tickle your eyebrows, brushed my cheek. Why is the wind so weak? It's too weak. But I could see the girl's white thighs in front of me and a more tantalizing sight above them. No, that's not it. I don't want to lift up their skirts. Well, no, as a healthy schoolboy, I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little interested. In fact, I wanted to make sure I got a good look so I could remember it later. Wait, why do I have to be so honest? I screamed at my power to stop. No more. This wind's really weird. Wait, is this really the wind? The girls were clearly suspicious now and were holding down their skirts with both hands. Hey, Miyashiro, don't you think they're going to catch you? Ito stood up from the bench and started to move backwards, afraid. Specifically afraid of Kurisu. And to make matters worse, one of the groups of girls that had been talking in the cafeteria was starting to move closer to us. They'd probably run out of things to talk about and decided to go home, and now they were looking at us in shock. Shit. We ain't quitting now. This is too suspicious. They might think that the girls were lifting up their skirts to show us. If that happened, the whole school might think the newspaper club were a bunch of perverts. What do I do? Should I do it again? Like, we know every time he does it, it's just going to go comically wrong, but I have to see how far this goes. As I hesitated, I could hear the group of girls start to whisper. Hey, what was that?
なんかおかしく
Something
ね
weird's going on.
つうかさ
Wait, is that the student council president?
やだ
Oh, jeez.
どうしたんだろうね
What's going on? Who knows? Fine, I'll do it. I focused my mind to its utmost. When we picked neutral on this the first time, I had no idea how crazy deep this rabbit hole would go. We were just like, nah, let's not abuse the power. It's fine. I focused my mind to its utmost. I just needed the wind to blow the way I wanted it. If the wind blows up their skirts too, I can fix this misunderstanding. I can avoid any weird rumors. That seems like the solution here, Taku. Yep. Definitely. Oh, neutral doesn't do anything, to the best of my knowledge. Neutral just skips the delusion. So maybe there's like 1 or 2 lines of text afterwards, but it shouldn't. I shouldn't need to for any trophy except for one. There is one coming up for a bad end where we're going to have to pick neutral. So that's coming up. In fact, yeah, there are 2 bad ends in the path we're going on where we just have to pick. Oh no, one is neutral. So we get a bad end if we pick negative on one of them, and we get a bad end if we pick neutral on the same one. So, yeah. You know that, right? I'm just gonna check. Don't just lift up the skirts because I want to see their panties. Wind blows, the skirts fly up. Don't get the order mixed up. Taku. With an explosion of mental force, I sent the vision from my brain to the others. That did it, finally! A gust of wind blew through the open window. The girl's hair started to fly up. It's no good. But the wind still wasn't strong enough. It wasn't enough to blow up their skirts. Then I'll just have to. I'll add my power to the strength of the wind. He's gonna just black out, right? Now those girls' skirts flew up, just like Kurisu and the others had. And now this! Hey! Take this once more! Now you're just being a tool bag. Huh? For some reason the sound was different with the last girl.
今の風
What was that wind?
だよ
Someone left the window open!
つうかなん
I
か
think he saw us too. The girls quickly pressed down their skirts.
最悪
This sucks. I'm not even wearing cute panties today.
そういう問題じゃ
That's
ないよ
not the problem. No, I didn't see. The wind surprised me.
風にびっくりしていて
As I whispered excuses, I saw the girl in the back fidgeting. Wasn't that the girl who made a slightly different sound? What's wrong? For some reason, the hook on my bra came undone.
のホックが
Hell of a wind. Hell of a wind. What? The hook of her bra? The hell kind of wind does that? What's wrong with my power? No, I mean, I did kind of think she had big boobs, but just a little. Huh? I suddenly felt a murderous energy. I looked up in shock, and my eyes locked with Kurisu, who was looking down upon me with her arms crossed. Arimura and Kazuki had their arms crossed too, and the same cold expression on their face. Uh-oh. Sarika was the only one who didn't seem to know what had happened. She was looking between me and the others, confused.
Ito
Ito. Ito. Oh, he laughed. He booked it. Turned around and searched my best friend, but there was no one there. Instead, I could see a single shadow outside the window, racing away towards the setting sun. Of course he booked it. 30 minutes later.
どうも
I'm very sorry. Ito was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by the girls. After 30 minutes of a newspaper club inquisition, it was decided that Ito was at fault. Cool. I'd done some things that weren't very good either, but in the end, I'd managed to make them understand that they were mistakes. Whew.
本当にもう
You'd really better not do this again, Ito.
深く反省しまし
I'm
た
very sorry. I'll never do it
もう
again.
絶対にいたしま
Ito
せん
bowed so low his face touched the floor. That's right, get madder. That's what you get for putting me through that. Yeah, you were really suffering, Taku.
タクルを変な
And
風
anyway,
に
you
乗せ
shouldn't
ない
have played
で
along, Taku. You always get like this whenever somebody gives you a compliment.
そうですよ。宮代先輩
I
と
mean,
真
it
面目そうな顔
kinda
して実
was
はエロ妄想全開ですし
his fault originally, and then Taku just got carried away. That's right, Miyashiro might not look like it, but he's filled with perverted delusions. How do they know?
エッチな本とか
And he's got a lot of naughty books hidden away.
タクル
Wait, this isn't a delusion.
そういうの感心しないって言わなかった
Unlike the other, him getting caught with Cool Cat Press stuff that was a delusion, this is real. Takeru, is that true? Didn't I tell you not to do that?
ち違う
No! Oh no, it's just misunderstanding. I don't have any books like... Wait, what are you getting mad at me now?
お前もそんな目で見る
You
な
two, don't look at me that way.
とにかく
Anyway, listen, you two. From now on, no using your power for weird things, I won't let you. Promise?
了解しました
I promise.
いやだから
No, I mean, I never wanted to.
そんなつもりじゃなかっ
約束
Promise me.
たはい
Okay. Ito bowed low on the floor again, and I did too. That was a hell of a sidetrack, with a trophy along with it too. Alright. Alright. You could have hit that at any time. Who knew? The guide does specify to choose negative for all delusions, but choose positive for just that one. I wonder if we screwed it up by picking positive on that one. But, like, it makes sense that we're heading towards the point where it might split, and we haven't passed it yet, so I don't know. Yeah, like, in theory, at any point you could stop that, and it would at least play out slightly differently. So yeah. No, there was never a negative choice, there was only a neutral. There was only positive. It was either do a thing, or stay out of it. So you could at any point choose to stay out of it, but that's all you had. So it's not quite as many as you're thinking. But still, there's at least an exit ramp for each one of those. It definitely said we were on the path, so I'm not going to worry yet. I don't think it would give us an achievement for being on the path and then go, ah, you did the thing for the achievement. But worst case, we go back to that save, and then just don't do it. But when the hell's the split gonna happen? It's by far the furthest in split we've gotten. Oh yeah, this one. Trail. Yeah, but this is... I think we're just on the route we were on then. Did I botch something? I'm gonna let it keep going, because it gave us the achievement, so we should be on the route, but we're kinda going deep. I think this is like the first one we've really gone through where we've entered a few different chapters before being able to, like, go forward. Weird. Someone attacked us before. I think that's the answer they want. She was a pyrokinetic. She's with the cafe like she. I don't remember the answer. Oh, showed you delusion of being alone. Never mind. What's that again? Delusion is killer. Just let me summon down the earthquake. Yeah, that lie still hasn't come back up much, has it? I feel like we're... Alright. She appeared at our door and tried to attack. Okay. That was the only reason I assumed that the one we just went down didn't matter, because the guide says select all negative. There was no negative for that one, so I kind of just figured it was harmless, but maybe we're just back on the regular route? But we got the trophy! I'm worried, but I'm not so worried that I'm gonna go back and reset it yet. I think we're okay. But it's just suspiciously deep into the game. Like, really far? I don't know, man. I feel like at some point we're gonna be hitting... I mean, we're in Chapter 8, Betrayal. We know what happens in Chapter 8, Betrayal. We get betrayed, and things definitely take a turn towards what I'd assume is the default ending, but... beats the hell out of me. Yeah, because for the first bad end, it says to choose negative on the first delusion of Route 3 before the chapter title card appears. Which couldn't have been that one that we had picked. Because there was no negative option. There couldn't have been. I don't know. Yeah, it's Park. Yeah. It splits here. Boy, howdy does it split far into the frickin' game. Alright. Uki chapter, Butterfly. Cool. Alright. So we are on the chapter. Oh, actually, hold on. Not only do we have to save that one, we actually have to lock that one, because we're going to need to go back to that. That's why I didn't notice the tiny girl behind me, standing there and shaking. If I had, I might have been able to stop her, but... Huh? Oh, it was usually Nono there, right? Usually it was Nono behind him. She showed up. Oh, she's gonna kill him. The tiny girl tried to run between me and Ito, splashing blood everywhere. She ran through the puddles on the ground. She was holding a sword that was far too big for her. No, she's not gonna kill him. The girl, Uki Yamazoe, tried to use the D-sword to slice Ito in half. No, she's gonna try to kill him. This is where the new stuff begins, yeah. No, Yamazoe! I mean, I think they'll notice when the fast-forwarding stops. Also, hi, Ramen of the past. No, it's Ramen of the future. Ramen of the future will see this. For Ramen of the past to see this, they'd have to have precognitive abilities, which is... I mean, I'm not saying they don't, I'm saying we have no evidence of that. I didn't know whether she'd lost control of herself after seeing Yui, or if she was trying to protect me. But I still believed in my best friend. Ito wouldn't betray me, he wouldn't do this. This had to be some kind of mistake, so... Excuse me. Old piece of... You're right, that's fair. Well... Something with a metallic taste rose up in my throat, which was still burning from the stomach acid which I'd thrown up a moment ago. The metallic taste filled my mouth, and when I tried to spit it out, I sprayed a shower of red vomit everywhere. not great. Her sword is metal as fuck. No, no, no! I thought I could hear Yamazawa screaming, but her voice seemed far away, as if my ears were plugged up. It's like it was echoing from another dimension. Then I realized that I was lying face down in a puddle of my own blood. Huh? When did I fall over? Alright, so I could do some of the bad end. Should I do that? No, I'm going to go through the regular. We're going to have to go through this chapter a few times, but we should be able to fast forward it pretty quick. I'm going to go standard route, sub route, and then we'll do the 4 bad endings. That's the plan I'm going to stick with it. So, this route has 2 main endings. You only need 1 in order to unlock true ending. It's recommended you obtain both, so we're going to. In the first 2 endings, select positive for all 3 delusions, route 3. So we're going all positive for the rest of this ending. Man, it hurts. There's so much blood in my mouth. I can't breathe. I tried to get up and breathe, but my body wasn't moving. Please, Yamazawa, help me get up. I can't breathe. Don't die, Meishiro. You just have to help me get up. Then I can breathe. Oh. Hang in there. Open your eyes, please. Taku, don't leave me. Everything started to fade away, and then for a moment it all came back. I could see Kursu and Sarika holding me. Yamazawa was clinging to me too, and crying like a little girl. Everyone's crying for me. I was terrified of dying, to be honest, but at least I wouldn't die a sad, lonely death. There were people crying for me. I'd always felt sorry for myself, and I'd never realized how blessed I was. Thank you, everyone. And then everything went black, and the moment approached for me to cross the boundary between life and death. Well, that's a chapter. Hey, Taku, you there? If you fall asleep here, you'll catch cold. Brother Taku, wake up! One of those voices can't be talking to him right now, huh? The first things I saw when I opened my eyes were the grain of the wooden table and my drool spilling all over it. I raised my head and looked around. No. I mean, not me at least. Yeah, that is, honestly, that is something apparent from like the first moments of seeing Taku in this game. He actually has friends. I mean, you could argue that the classmate for Taku 1 and Ito share kind of a similar role, but I always kind of got the idea that the classmate kind of just felt bad for him, more than was friends with him. Clearly Ito is actually friends with him. But yeah, that's definitely the big difference, is Taku 2 has friends. There are people in-universe who like him. Everyone was looking at me as I sat spaced out in a chair on the dining room table. Or are we going with the "it was all a dream"? Oh wait, Yui? I leaped up, grabbed Yui by her tiny little shoulders, and shook her. Of course, I could touch her body, and it was warm. She wasn't a ghost. Yui, how are you alive? Ah, stop it, Brother Taku! Hey, Taku! Stop it, what's gotten into you? What? Yui was killed! Surprise from everyone. I'm alive, look! But Ito killed you with a knife! Dude, what? Huh? I'm the killer? Ito glared at me, clearly annoyed. Give me a break. Even if you were half asleep, that's not funny. Asleep? I let go of Yui's shoulders and took another look at my little sister. There were no cuts on her pure white skin, and there was no blood in her clothes. Was it a dream? Dude, Taku, you got some messed up dreams, man. Of course. Why would someone kill me? It was so real, though. I could even smell the blood and guts. I could still remember the pain of being cut by the D-sword. I closed my eyes tight and ran my fingers along my temples. And then I opened my eyes again slowly. Everything was fine. That nightmare was nowhere to be seen. Whew. I leaned back into the chair. That's right. There's no way Ito would kill Yui. For a moment, the name Senri Minamiyasawa flashed through my mind, but I quickly shook my head to drive it away. The idea that Ito knew Senri and was after revenge was just a delusion. There was no reason to think it was real. Jeez, you scared me. Everyone else has been so tense, but you fell asleep. You were napping when everybody else was awake. Was I? Sorry. You're tired after everything that's happened. That's probably why you had that weird dream. Want Dad to take a look at you? No. No, I'm fine. I'm okay now. I realized that there was a thick sheen of sweat on my forehead and wiped it away with my sleeve. Anyway, what time is it? The murderer... Excuse me. Ito shrugged and shook his head. It's way past midnight. Nothing happened. Nothing? I looked at the clock and saw that it was a new day. Yeah, this proves that the case is over. Takeru? But who won the phone? Shinjo said. That's right, there'd been a murder on the 23rd too, which meant that the return of the New Generation Madness was still continuing. Shinjo called? What? What are you talking about? Everyone seemed surprised. I took the smartphone out of my pocket, and I checked the call history. It was gone. Shinjo had never called. That phone call was a dream too? I sighed again and sat back down in the chair. All the strength drained from my body. See, so the return of the New Generation Madness really was over. Oh, it is. Her power is to make other people's delusions real. Maybe she's really strong. Maybe she's really strong, but just doesn't have the ability to do it herself, as it were. And right before he died, the delusion he was having was everyone around him, all his friends, happy. Hey, Taku, you really doing okay? Maybe you really should have your dad take a look at you. I'm fine. Kurisu's right. I'm just tired. Wait, your face is way too close to me. I could tell she was worried, but Serika's face was just too close to me. I pushed it away. Oh. Serika can see that he's not making up the things he remembers. That's gotta be slightly confusing for her. Because clearly none of that played out here. Not none of it, but none of the stuff in this day. But she can see that it happened. Then I realized, where's Yamazoe? I couldn't see her anywhere. I remembered how her face had been twisted with despair when she had attacked Ito in my dream. Even if I knew it wasn't real, I was still worried. Uki? Dr. Sakuma had asked her for help with something. Mishiro, do you need something? No. She must have just finished because she peeked through the door at exactly that moment. She was tiny and frail, but a lot more cheerful than she'd been before. There's nothing particularly out of the ordinary about her. I was so relieved. Oh, nothing. I see. Everyone, would you like something to drink? I want some grapefruit juice. I'll take coffee. Dude, it's 12:30 at night. Coffee. Orange juice. Sure, would you like your usual, mountain? What was it? Hey, Sarjun, thank you so much for the heckin' follow. How you doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. We, going through some alternate endings of the game. Hope you're doing well. Mountain, what was it? Don't drink a Mountain Dew at 12:30 night either. Stop it, everyone. Uki isn't our maid. This household is self-service only. No, it's fine. I want to be helpful. I don't know. OJ's fine. Like, it's not caffeinated or anything. It's just like drinking heavily caffeinated and sugared stuff at 12:30. It's like you ain't sleeping. Mind you, they are stressed and probably aren't sleeping anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. Yamazoe went around and asked everyone what they wanted, and then went to the kitchen. There was nothing different about her at all. Before long, I could hear the tea kettle bubbling cheerfully in the kitchen. Several days passed. In the end, nothing happened on October 28th. The return of the New Generation Madness had ended with the death of the woman responsible. She realized that she couldn't escape the police and set herself on fire. That's what everyone from the TV media to the internet was saying.
けどそれって
But is that really true?
事実なのか
Boost her energy though? Does it? Okay. Like I always think of it as a breakfast drink, but I feel like that's almost like orange juice propaganda. I feel like it's just because every time you see a commercial for like a balanced breakfast, it always has a glass of orange juice. Always, 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 every single time has a glass of orange juice. So I feel like it's just OJ propaganda. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing today? Something didn't seem right. This is the sort of thing that usually drove the people I despised most on the internet, the wrong-siders who pretended to be right-siders, into an uproar. I didn't mind the ones who made aggregator pages filled with their own personal theories, but some of them would always try to connect everything to the most ridiculous conspiracy theories. And the worst were the ones that would post information about the killer, and not just the killer herself, but her family and relatives too, and say all kinds of terrible, unfounded things about them.
でも
Ah, happy birthday. Hope it's been a good year. But this time that hadn't happened. No information was available at all except for what was in the police announcement. It was as if someone was censoring everything. And not only the students at the school and the people of Shibuya, but even the guys on @channel were already losing interest and starting to talk about other things. Even if there were a lot of things competing for people's attention these days,
いくらなんでも
it's still too fast, isn't it? But everyone was already starting to talk about a new event. The Shibuya Restoration Festival is coming up. Excuse me. Oh, well, sorry, then at least it'll be over in 24 hours.
ちょっとタクル
Or it'll be over soon. Either way. Hey, Takaru, I keep thinking it's later at night than it is. Huh? Oh. Fair enough. As I stared at the map, I suddenly heard a bone-chilling voice from behind me. Terrified, I turned around. Kurusu was standing there, eyebrows raised.
何を考えてるのかしら
What are you thinking about?
何って
I'm,
まさか
not the
事件の
case,
ことじゃ
right?
ないわ
It's
よね
over now. I told you that you need to leave it to the professionals.
いや僕だって
Well,
この
when
事
it
件
comes to
に関
this
しては
case, I'm
専門家
basically a professional myself.
これ以上首を
If you
突っ込む
really
よ
insist on still getting involved, you know what'll
わかって
happen,
る
right?
わ
はい
Yes. Her face was as terrifying as any creature from my worst nightmares. Well, I knew why she was mad. She was really worried about me. And I knew that after what happened to her friend, Senri Minamiyasawa, she was probably crying when she was alone.
もうちょっと優しく言ってくれたって
Oh, in this timeline, they don't know that that's not Senri. Yeah, okay. I'm foolishly gonna wait to pre-order it. Because last time when Rise came out, I pre-ordered it and then ended up getting a copy from Capcom, which I know won't happen this time because now they've made the Capcom Creators Program and I'm not a part of it. I've applied twice and been turned down. So I know I won't, but on the off chance, I don't mind buying the game, obviously, but it caused me issues when I tried to use the code that would let me play it early when I'd already pre-ordered. There was an issue with that. So on the 1 in a million chance that happens again, I'm gonna wait to pre-order it. And I already pre-ordered the deluxe edition physical, so that'll come in eventually. So, yeah. Still, she could be nicer about it.
このくらい叱らないと
Maybe after Sunbreak comes
聞かない
out
でしょ
and we
あなたは
play a bunch of Sunbreak, so I could be like, look, I really do play a lot of Capcom games. Like, if I applied now again, and they looked at the past month of everything I streamed on Twitch, none of it would be Capcom games. But, yeah. Go to Digital Deluxe. Cool. Maybe we'll try for that program too, because we really do play a lot of Capcom. I mean, I guess I don't play as much of the Capcom fighting side. I don't really play Street Fighter. But we play the Resident Evil games, we play a boatload of Monster Hunter, we play Devil May Cry. I definitely have interest in some of their other games too. Like, we play a good amount of Capcom, but to be fair, we're not a wholly Capcom channel, which is fair. And I guess that's what they're looking for. Because I've seen other people make it into the program that were give or take the size of this channel. Yeah, that's the pros and cons of a variety streamer. I get to be happy because I get to stream whatever the hell I want. Whatever like strikes the mood for me, I get to try and play. But downsides too. I didn't scold you like this. You won't listen, will you? I mean, he still won't listen. How could she tell what I was thinking? Was she a psychic too?
何度も言わせない
Don't
で
make me repeat myself all
タク
the
ルの
time.
考えて
I
る
know
ことだって
exactly what you're
見たし
thinking. I can tell by the look on
顔
your
に
face.
すぐ出るもの
あ、
Yeah.
そうですか。
Oh, yeah, I love Monster Hunter, but I like to play the games too. Like, don't get me wrong, if there was going to be a game I would make my streaming career, it would either be Path of Exile or Monster Hunter. It would have to be. Those are the only games I can think of that I play that I could feasibly play that much. But I'd get burnt out eventually, yeah. Yeah, again, same, exactly, I agree. I love Monster Hunter. But if I had to play it every single day, I'd get burned out. I want to play it a lot, and I have a blast playing it a ton, but at some point I'd get burned out, which is when it would go from streaming being kind of just a fun thing I do to a job. That would be the point. I've known for a while, looking at analytics, that like if I wanted to just simply have higher numbers, I would play nothing but Monster Hunter. Hard stop. Absolutely get higher numbers when I play Monster Hunter, but I don't know, I never went into streaming hoping to make this a career or anything. It's just, I like to play video games. Occasionally people like to watch me play video games, and we get to chat. Cool, that's the extent of what I'm looking for, so variety works best for me. Oh, I see.
とにかく
Anyway,
その
I'm getting rid of that
処
map.
分さ
It's
せて
taking
もら
up
うわ
space.
邪魔で仕方
Kursu
な
put a
し
hand up on the map of the board and rip it off. Oh, I'll help you. Yuki had been standing in the corner of the room, staring in wonder at everything she saw. She quickly dashed over to Kursu.
助かるわウキちゃんそっち側持っててくれる
It's true, yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely just a hobby for me. This is not a job. It's absolutely something I love doing. I have a blast streaming. I am very sad when internet issues happen and I can't stream. I have a great time doing this. But I never went into this hoping this was going to be a full-time thing. I don't even know how I'd handle it if it did. Like, don't get me wrong. Money's nice, but like, I don't know, I see like the bigger streamers and their chats just going like this. I like being able to read and respond to people. I like knowing who's in the chat. I mean, the people who want to chat. There's probably lurkers, and that's cool too, but like, oh, you should make fun of me for not finishing games. I'm getting better at it though. Think of how many games we finish on stream now though. We're getting better. Like, I don't know how I'd handle like the bigger streamers. Like, even I think I've mentioned this before, but I've been slowly watching Maximilian Dude's archives for Elden Ring, and he's constantly got chat just spoiling stuff for him, even though he's like, stop it, I want to explore, I want to find stuff myself. But like, when you've got that many people, it's just gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You cannot be that big of a streamer and play something on stream without people just spoiling all of it for you. You can't. It's impossible. I don't know if I'd want that. I'm sure the paycheck would tempt me, but like, again, that's never been the goal. I'm happy to be an affiliate, make a little bit of money off it, make people happy, have some adorable emotes. Emote only, yeah, like that's... He would do that, he would change it to emote only, but like... Yeah, the life of a smaller streamer is a better one. But at the same time, I definitely have those moments of envy of like, Nightside already has, Nightside's in the Capcom program and has a copy of Sunbreak already, as of like a week ago. I'm not gonna lie, a little envious, but life goes on. Does not do it. Yeah, like again, I'm sure that exists, but like once you're big enough, it's the same thing you see in literally any fandom under the sun. Once something gets popular enough, there will always be enough bad apples to ruin it. That's just how it is. Once something gets big enough, the law of the just statistics say there will be enough bad apples to screw it all over. That's why things like heckin' Rick and Morty, it got really popular. The bad apples got really loud and obnoxious, and now everybody goes, Rick and Morty, Rick and Morty fans. Even though I'm sure the show's fine and funny. I've never seen it myself, and I'm sure most of the people who watch the show are just normal people. But, you know, it's just this. That's what happens when any fandom, community, whatever, gets big enough. It's inevitable. Hey, Suki, can you get that side for me? Okay. They ripped down the map I'd spent so many hours on and folded it up neatly. game due to spoilers, but on their own time. Yeah, like, I guess at the end of the day, if I ever really didn't want to get spoiled for something, that would be the way around it, is just play it on my own time. But like, I like streaming games. And to be fair, the only game people have actively tried to ruin for me had such a convoluted plot that they couldn't even succeed at it, which is kind of funny. Yeah. So that helped. It was definitely Death Stranding, and we definitely had 3 followers join with spoilers in their name, but it was so, like, the game was so convoluted that it wasn't even, like, the biggest spoiler. Like, it was weird. But it was the only time that people have actively come by and tried to spoil something for me. Which they must have been doing to everybody playing the game, because let's be honest, I don't have a ton of viewers. I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, if you're looking to get the most bang for your buck by trolling somebody, you don't pick my channel. So they must have just been either bots or going to like everyone playing that game. Yeah. Yeah, like some people just on top of it like that, I guess. I mean, we got mods here, but like, I mod people here as much as a sign of respect as I do any expectation of like moderation. Like, I can ban people here too. I'm always reading chat. It doesn't go by quick enough that I'm gonna miss anything big. So there's never an expectation on any of the mods that like, oh, you missed something or something. It's like, whatever, I'll just ban it. I don't care. But I suppose if I were to ever get like big, you'd have to have more mods. You'd have to have professional mods, people getting paid to just stay on top of stuff. So there's definitely downsides to being a bigger streamer too. I'm happy with the small streamer life. No, if you want, and it lets me be a variety streamer, which is clearly what I prefer, because I bounce from game to game all the hecking time in my personal life. Obviously I'm going to do the same for streaming. If you want to complain, then give me a good reason. No, it's nothing, sorry. You're always so wimpy, Taku. You're lame, a wuss. Really? I'm disappointed. I expected better of you. When did everyone get in the room? When did everyone get in the room? It started with them at the map, right? And then all of a sudden, Kurusu was there. Then all of a sudden, Yamazoe was there, and now all of a sudden they're here. Right. Really, I'm disappointed. I expected better of you. Arimura was occupying a corner of the big table as she read a brainless fashion magazine, and Kazuki was at her computer playing ESO2 like always. I'm not a wimp, okay? Kurusu was just too strong. You really like it when I get mad at you, don't you, Takeru? That's not true. I'm sorry. I shrank back and averted my eyes from the Empress. As for why Arimura and Yamazoe were here, they'd both joined the newspaper club as of today. Yamazoe wasn't a student at Hekiho until now, but after the case was solved, she had been allowed to enroll at the Academy's middle school. Oh yeah, I forgot it's a dual middle high school. Excuse me. Hey guys. Huh? Now, he's the only person that has entered the room. Everyone else, I guess, was just here. Ito came to the room and walked over to me, eyes shining. He motioned for me to lean in. What is it? This room is filled with chicks, and you're in the way. Sorry I'm in the way, man. The whole room smells so great. It's hard to believe this is the newspaper club. Apologize to the newspaper clubs everywhere. I think I might finally get a girlfriend at this rate. And I'm sure you're wrong. What? What are you whispering about? She asks, like she doesn't know. Sarika put down her magazine and looked at us. Oh, well, we were just talking about what our next top article should be for the newspaper club. Nope, Ito's lying. That's not true, right, Nishiro? Ito, you're wasting your time. You can't lie to Hina, you know. Man, I never learned, do I? You guys are terrible. You were talking about something naughty that has to do with me, right? Well, we were not. You're lying again! You were looking at me and imagining all kinds of things, weren't you? Arimura covered her chest and thighs with her hands.
ちょっと
Takaru, Ito, excuse me?
だから違うって。
We're not! I quickly ran over to Arimura. Listen, don't say anything that will give her the wrong idea. If Kurisu gets really pissed off, there's no telling what she'll do.
思いっきり聞こえて
You
る
know
わ
I
よ
can hear you. See? Look how she's glaring at me. I scowled at Arimura and she giggled. You know, I've been thinking for a while that you two are kinda like...
先輩とクルス先輩って
Hmm?
何
What?
夫婦みたいですね
Like a husband and wife. Both Kurisu and I turned to her in shock.
恐ろしい妻の
Like a loser husband who's always worried that his scary wife is going to be mad at him.
誰が恐ろ
Who are
し
you
い
calling a scary wife?
妙なこと口
Don't
走
be
りをやめ
weird.
ろ。
I agree that she's scary though. Oh, well, and he died. Again. She punched me. She punched me right in the stomach. Wow, that looked like it hurt. Kasugi pointed to the screen as I writhed on the ground, holding my stomach. Not a thirst in the room. Good plan. Always gotta hydrate. 1 second. Oh, hey, she finally did the thing! Oh, Empire Sweeper Online. I always forget what it stands for. Yeah, everything else is Japanese. Your own fault. And then I heard a tiny laugh. Huh? I looked around in surprise. She was laughing. She wasn't very loud, but Uki was laughing happily. Everyone looked at her in surprise. I'm sorry.
そのすみ
Yamazoe realized that everyone was looking at her, and her face suddenly turned bright red. No, come on, laugh more. Excuse me?
ウキちゃん
Uki, you should laugh like that more often. It's cute. Huh? Maybe she never heard that before. She didn't seem to know what to do. I'll go throw out the
ゴミを
garbage.
捨てに行ってきます
She grabbed the garbage can, which wasn't particularly full, and ran out into the hallway. Everyone smiled as we watched her go. Man, that's not fair. It's the same way as when a thug does something even a little nice. He looks like a great guy. Don't let her trick you, Miyashiro.
いや、
No, she's not trying to trick me.
このままだと
At this rate, my position as idol of the newspaper club is in danger.
新聞部のアイ
I'm the idol of the newspaper club. I won't let you have my position.
明け渡さないほほ
Ha, alright, let's fight for it, Sari.
望むところ
Sounds great to me.
いや、お前らさ、
Come on, you guys. It turns super serious. They both take out the D-swords and they actually fight to the death. My head started to hurt. Yamazoe was one thing, but maybe letting Arimura join had been a mistake. With the case finished, the newspaper club was finally about to get back to work again. But at this rate, we wouldn't even be able to get through a planning meeting. I mean, oh darn, maybe you just don't make a good newspaper and you just hang out as friends. Awful. We never got any work done. An hour later, it was time to go home, and Wakuya, the club advisor, kicked us out. We decided to pick up the topic for our next paper at a later meeting, and everyone headed home.
だからね
Told you this already, but I think we should just do a behind-the-scenes report of the Restoration Festival.
私もそれが
I
いい
think
と
that
思う
works. It sounds fun.
意義なし。
No complaints here.
とかもあ
They
る
got
ら
a
しい
beauty
ぜ
contest, supposedly. I'd love to do a behind-the-scenes on that.
欲しいものですな。
Ha, I knew you were that type, Ito. Never get close to me, okay?
金輪際私に近づかないでくださいね
Ha, can't you tell when I'm joking? Yes, she can.
だから
I can tell when you're lying. That wasn't a joke, was it?
冗談で言ってない
Ito and
ですよ
Arimura were about to get going again, so I interrupted.
復興祭のレポート
Every school in the city is doing a report in the Restoration Festival, right? I think we should do a real analysis of the return of the New Generation Madness case. It's still bothering me.
もちろんその
Of course, we won't go into too much detail about Senri and Mina
うま
Miyazawa.
くぼかして隠し
I made my suggestion, trying to be as delicate towards Kurisu as possible, but
しつこいな
come on, man, we're done with that thing. Every site on the internet's doing that
そ
anyway.
れこそあっちこっちのサイトで
私もそう思
I
います
agree.
よ
Honestly, I don't really want to remember it.
ぶっちゃけ思い出した
Even
くない
Ito,
で
who was
す
so excited during the case, and Arimura, who was a part of it, were opposed. We'd had the same discussion during our meeting at school and gotten nowhere.
和樹はどうだ
What about you, Kazuki? What do you think about my proposal?
Hmm?
Did you say something, she seemed to say? That wasn't going to work. It was possible she hadn't even heard what we were talking about.
じゃあ山添
What
は
about you then, Yamazoe? Huh? I turned around towards Yamazoe, who was still all the way in the back. Excuse me, goodness. She seemed surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to ask her opinion. Her eyes darted from left to right. I'm fine with whatever everyone else decides.
それが決まら
We
ないから
can't
聞
decide,
いてるんだ
that's why I'm asking you.
すみません。
Well, it really sounds like everyone else doesn't want to do what he wants to do, and he wants to do it. It sounds like they're fairly unanimous against him. So, you know, I'm sorry. She probably thought I was mad at her, because she shrank back a little.
ダメだよ、タク。
Don't be mean to
ウキちゃん
Uki,
がいじめ
Taku.
いじめてないって
I'm not being mean. She's part of the newspaper club now. If she has an opinion, we should respect that, right? Yamazoe only shrank back even further and started to mumble.
いえ、
No, I don't really have an opinion.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
いや別に
No,
謝
you
ら
don't
な
need to
くてもいいけど
apologize.
さ
I could see the corners of her eyes were getting wet, so I quickly waved my hands in an apology. At this rate, it really would feel like I was bullying her. In the end, I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I fell silent.
それじゃあ、タク。
Alright, Taku,
のんちゃん
Noan,
ウキちゃん
Uki, see you tomorrow.
また皆さん、お疲れ様でし
See
た。
you later, everyone.
お疲れ様。
See ya.
じゃあな。
Bye. Me, Kurisu, and Yamazoe said goodbye to the other four before we headed back to Alba Dorm. And we're over at Okabe now. Yeah. I suppose we get to see a lot up until even later parts of the game of Taku in just school life situations. Okabe doesn't really get that. You get the early slow bits of Steins Gate 1. But then after that, there's either always something actively happening or clearly just a small reprieve before something happens. There's very little time with Okabe where things aren't miserable. And while he does have ongoing relationships with people, a lot of that gets screwed up by time, obviously. Time travel definitely isolates him. Gets the I look 30 when I'm 18 stress, yeah, for sure. So you don't get nearly as much of just him being a person with friends. You get some of that for sure, but definitely not nearly the same amount as in this game. Just like I'd argue, even this game doesn't have nearly as much as robotics. Just how it is. We watched and waited for a moment as they went, and then started to walk once more. No one said anything for a while. The only sound in the quiet residential street was our footsteps.
ねえ、タクル。
Hey, Takeru?
Hmm?
It was Kurisu who broke the silence.
どう？
How are you doing?
Genki?
Are you okay?
その、
You know, a lot
いろい
happened,
ろあった
and I
け
was
ど、
wondering if you were
も
doing
う
better.
元気になったか
You're
な
the type who keeps their problems to yourself,
ほら、
after
タ
all.
クルって結構一
Kurisu
人
glanced
で
at me
抱え
and
込ん
then
じゃう
looked
から
away as she spoke.
いろいろ
A lot, huh? Yeah, she probably wasn't just talking about the return of the New Generation Madness. She's probably talking about everything that had happened to us since the Shibuya earthquake. I thought back to all that had happened. Come to think of it, I'd caused a lot of problems for Kurisu, and a lot of worry too.
見ればわかるだろ
You can tell by looking at me, right? I'm just fine. I can probably head back to my
そ
RV
ろそろ
soon.
取れ
What?
驚き
You're
な
thinking
の
of going back? She was staring at me in surprise. Evidently, she hadn't expected that. She must have thought I was planning on staying at Alba Dorm forever.
いつまでも居候
I
して
can't
る
stay in
の
Freeload forever.
そんな。
But it's your home,
もともとタクルの
Takeru.
家なんだ
Of
から。
course you can
い
stay.
や僕にとって
No,
も
I
さ
don't think it's a good idea.
良くない気
I'm
が
going to
す
get
る
spoiled at this rate.
いいのに。
There's nothing wrong with being spoiled. Who would not have this kind of route? No, it makes sense that she'd still have a lengthy enough route. It is still weird how late it was, though. She seemed a little sad as she spoke.
聞いたか
Did you hear that, Yamazoe? You can be my
Omae,
witness. Whenever
shonin
Kurisu gets
natte
mad at me from now on, I can tell her she said it's okay for me to be spoiled. Oh, yes, I
わかり
understand.
ました。
Wait, no, that's got nothing to do with this. Kurusu turned towards Yamazoe and held up her hand palm outwards in a stop sign. I understand.
おいおい
Hey, whose side are you on? I'm sorry. Yamazoe seemed genuinely sad. Evidently, jokes weren't something she understood. I scratched at my cheek, unsure of what to say. Kurusu rubbed her cheek with her fingers, 2 or 3 times in the exact same way, and then slowed her pace until she was next to Yamazoe. Hey, Uki. She forced herself to speak as cheerfully as possible. Yes? Want to go shopping this Sunday? Shopping? Your room's pretty much empty, right? And you didn't bring many clothes with you. Then I remembered. Yamazoe had moved in so quickly that we didn't have a room for her, so we cleaned out the storeroom instead. When I had last looked in there, her room was basically empty. If it was still that way, it must be pretty bare. But that doesn't really bother me. That's not good enough. If your room is more cheerful, you'll feel better. And since you're a girl, you need to dress up a bit, don't you think so, Taku? Yeah, of course. Dressing nicely is the first step towards a happy, normal life. See, Takeru says he'll come with us, so let's go, okay? Huh? What did the Empress just say? There's a lot of stuff we have to buy. 2 girls won't be able to carry it all. So you want me to hold your bags, basically? Nope. I'm offering you a chance to go on a date with 2 cute girls. Wait, don't you think this is a little embarrassing to say that about yourself? Or so I thought when... Well, did you say something? I'm starting to regret saying that. Kurusu went right up to her ears. Meanwhile, Yamazoe was frantically looking between us as if she wasn't sure what to do. Anyway, just leave Sunday open, okay? But you don't have to do that for someone like me. Excuse me, Uki? Huh? Don't say someone like me. You're part of the family. Act like it. We're friends. No, we're family now. I told Takeru this, but I want you to be spoiled. Family? That's right, we're family, Uki. Uki didn't seem to know how to respond. It was like she was surprised, hesitant, smiling, and crying all at once. She looked at us, her expression blending all of those emotions. Oh, then I think it's time for you to stop calling Takeru Miyashiro. Huh? You too, Takeru. The rule in our family is that everyone calls each other by their first names. Kurusu's voice was cheerful, but I felt an ache in my chest when I heard her, because I hadn't called her by her first name in half a year. Looking back, it was all over something stupid, but for some reason I'd gotten stubborn about it, and I couldn't go back. Even though I knew how sad she looked sometimes when I called her Kurusu. Is it okay for me to do something so rude? It's not rude, I told you, you're part of the family. Okay. You too, Takeru, got it?
了解
Roger, Yamazoe, I mean, Uki? Takeru? Yamazoe, Uki blushed as she spoke. Good job, both of you. Okay, Takeru, be ready on Sunday.
そっちも了解
Yeah, roger that too, I get it. There's nothing in life so boring as being forced to go shopping with a girl, but that was part of my male nobleness oblige. You had to enjoy it the best you could. Wow, Taku, at least that's what Kenji Minamikata's column said in Coolcat Press. Of course it did. Of course that's where he got that from. Alright, it's settled. I can't wait. Kurusu tapped Uki lightly on the shoulder. Uki still didn't seem to know what to say, but at least she said thank you in a tiny voice. And then... Family. She whispered the word again. Couldn't tell for sure, but she sounded very happy. Wow. After spending so much time in that basement, Shibuya on a busy Sunday must have been quite a shock to her. Kazuki gasped in amazement. Her eyes were quickly moving from one thing to another, as if everything was new and exciting. Uki, don't get lost, okay? Oh, okay. You too, Takeru.
今すぐ帰ってもいい
I'm
ん
willing
だ
to go home right now if I have to, you know. No, Taku, you're staying with us all day today.
尾上が
You
言う
don't get to talk on way. What are you even doing here? What? That's so mean. Am I not allowed to be here? That was really hurtful. Terribly hurtful. You should apologize to Sari.
偉そうに意見してると
I
こ
don't mean to
悪いが
interrupt your lecture, but nobody asked you to come either. What? Arimura pouted. Didn't know where they'd found out about it, but when we got to the intersection in front of Shibuya Station, those two were waiting for us. They wanted to come shopping too, evidently. Anyway, Sarika and Arimura had really become good friends. I guess teenage girls were good at that.
まあいいじゃない。
Well, why not?
み
The
んな
more
い
the
た方が
merrier.
楽しいわよ。
Kurisu laughed, but I had a terrible feeling that he'll have to carry more
いいか
bags.
尾上有村
Listen up, Onoe, Arimura. I'm here to carry Uki's things, not yours. No matter what stupid things you buy, I'm not holding them.
アホなものなん
I'm
て
not buying anything stupid.
宮代先輩が
I think I just realized why Mayashiro is a virgin who's never gotten laid.
分かっちゃいました。
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
おい有村
Hey, Arimura, you go home. Now.
どう
Virgin? Oh no, don't corrupt small child. Uki, don't worry about it.
ほらほら。
Come on, don't teach Uki weird words. Let's not waste any more
時
time.
間なくなっちゃうから。
Kurisu grabbed
行くわよ
Uki's hand in a very natural way and started to walk ahead. Oh. Am I just realizing that it says Starbricks Coffee in the background? Starbricks. Down in that basement, she probably offered her hand to a lot of people, but no one had ever offered a hand to her. Uki was staring at Kurisu's hand in shock. But instead of shaking it off, she matched Kurisu's pace and followed along. I went behind her. And behind me were Sarika and Arimura, chatting happily. 2 hours later.
ねえ先輩。
Hey, Miyashiro, what do you think about this outfit? Hmm? Oh, it's wonderful. Such pretty
綺麗な
colors.
色。それ
I
私
want
が欲
that.
しい。どうウキちゃん。
What do you think, Uki? It's good, I think.
そっ
I
か
see. Uki doesn't like this stuff,
こういう
guys.
のはそんなこと
That's not true.
私がいるんだから
You can't lie to me,
嘘ついても
okay?
分かっちゃう
Oh. The four of them were talking in front of the store. I sat down on a nearby bench, feeling a little exhausted. This was the 7th place we'd been to, and we still hadn't bought anything. We'd gone from one shop to another, down a street filled with huge crowds. My head was starting to spin.
ねえタク
Hey, Taku, which skirt do you like better? This one or this one? Oh, the one on the
人気
right.
だな
そう
Yeah, but I don't know if it'll look good in all this lace.
ってそれお前の買い物か
Wait, was that for you? Go find clothes for Uki.
ま
Aw, you don't have to get so
あ
mad.
でもいいのに
I'm sorry, Taku. Uki came out of the store just in time to see me get mad.
もう帰りまし
Let's
ょ
go
う
home. I don't need fancy clothes after all. What? I quickly stood up.
いや
No, that's not what I
そん
meant.
な
けど
What?
今日はウキの買い物に来たんだし
We're here to buy stuff for you today. The conversation cut off. She shrank back and looked at the ground. She was staring at her feet, a look of despair in her eyes. I realized my mistake and scratched my head.
なあ
Well,
はい
yes?
僕も
I'm
あんま
not
り人のこと
I'm probably not one to talk, but
はい
yes?
ウキはちょっと
I think
その
you're taking things a little too seriously. Like Kurisu said, you're part of the family now.
おのえの10分の1くらいなら
Feel free to be at least 1/10 as selfish as Onoe is.
私の悪
Are you
口
talking about me? I can hear you.
聞こえてます
I
けど
ignored Sarika and looked back at Uki. Uki had just lifted her own head, so our eyes met for a moment. We quickly looked away from each other.
ということだから
So don't worry
僕
about
のこ
me.
とは構わなくていいよ
She seemed to think for a minute. But after a while, her pale crimson lips began to softly move. Alright, thank you. I'm sorry.
ほらほら二人
Come on, you two. Let's go to the next place. Kurisu came over and grinned at me.
な
What?
んだよ
タクルってば
It wouldn't kill you to be nice to me too once in a while, you know.
だから
But what are you talking about? Hey, how about Parku next, guys? There's other things I want to get besides clothes.
お洋服だけじゃなくて
Kurisu chuckled, then took Uki's hand and walked off in the direction of Parku.
うわーかわ
Wow, it's so cute.
うんいいですね
Yeah, this is great.
これで決まりじゃない
This is exactly what we're looking for, right? We wandered around Parku for a while. Parku was a shop that sold natural fashion style clothes. After having Uki try on several different outfits, they finally found one they liked. Even I almost gasped when I saw her appear from inside the changing room.
あの
Uki fidgeted awkwardly as everyone complimented her. I wasn't used to getting compliments either, so I knew how she felt. But even I said, yeah, you look like a totally different person. The outfit looked that good on her. Thank you. I'll take this one then.
せっかくだから
Why not have them take the tag off and wear it now? Oh, okay.
タクル
Taku, we had them put Uki's uniform in a bag. Carry it, okay?
はいはい
Sure, sure. I hung the shopping bag off my shoulder. Yuki quickly tried to grab it off.
ダメです
No, I can't have you do that. I'll carry it.
任せちゃっていい
Let
の
him.
よ
That's why he's here today.
だってさ
You heard the lady? It's better to just do what the Empress tells you. And remember what I just said? Don't worry about stuff too much.
ねえウキちゃん
Look, Uki, they have these cute accessories over here. Want to check them out?
ほら呼んでる
See, she's calling you. Go talk to her. I gave Uki a little push on the back.
それじゃあ
Okay, just for a little. Thank you.
お願いします
Uki went over to the rest of the girls, but not before turning back to look at me several times. Whenever gets good at this. Oh no, facts. They all lined up and started to examine the jewelry. Couldn't help but smile a little as I watched them.
ありがとうタクル
Thanks, Taku. This is a big help.
いやまあ
Nah, well, you know, you helped me out a lot too, right? During my physical therapy and when I made the newspaper club.
ほら
Oh, are you feeling like you owe me?
当たり前
Of
だ
course I do.
だったら
Then you'd better start paying me back.
恩返しして
Paying
も
you
らわな
back?
くっちゃ
How? Kurisu's mischievous smile seemed a little scary.
ダメだ
Come
よ
on, Uki, you need to get some cute undies
キラキラ可愛い
too.
の揃えないと
Armor.
いいえ
No, I'm fine with the normal ones.
それじゃあつまんない
That's no
じゃん
fun.
向こうにランジェリー
There was a
のお店
lingerie
あったよ
place over there,
ね
wasn't there? Oh no way, you're also not helping.
よし私た
Okay,
ちが選
we'll
ん
pick
で
out some
あげよ
stuff for you. What? Huh? What?
うタク
Taku, no, let's go. Alright, come on,
ほら
Taku.
行きましょうタクル
Alright, I guess Kurisu's also just like, psh, screw it, whatever.
って待て待て待て
Wait, no way, I can't go inside an underwear store. Yeah, it would look really bad at you going into a store where people just buy stuff with a bunch of girls. It would look really bad at you, on you, like, obviously. Tried to resist this Kurisu dragged me by the arm.
そんなことないわよ
That's not true. A lot of boys go to pick something out with their girlfriend. What? They do?
タクルも早く
Takeru, I hope you get a lover like that soon, you know? Arima and Serika stopped to look at me and said, Nope, not happening for a while. You've got that right.
お前らも
Listen, you guys. The two of them started to cackle. It was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. Yuki, however, just stared, blinking and bewildered.
恋人
A lover? I heard her whisper the words mysteriously.
えっと
So, you think this is enough?
おう
Yeah. Kurisu had ended up buying all kinds of things for Uki, from clothes to toiletries to even decorations for her room. So my arms were full of bags, and my joints were starting to ache. Kurisu, Serika, and Arimura all had their hands full too. But as befitted an empress, Kurisu didn't seem to be bothered at all. And half of the bags that Serika and Arimura were carrying were things they'd bought for themselves, so instead of complaining, they were chatting happily. Since no one else was complaining, that meant I couldn't either. I looked like a loser.
ねえウキちゃん
Hey,
他
Uki,
に欲
is
しい
there
も
anything
のは
else you
ない
want?
いえ
No,
もう
I'm
大丈夫
fine.
でそう
Really?
それ
Let's
じ
go
ゃあ
home
帰り
then.
ましょうか
We all began to head for Albadorm as twilight approached. Uki was walking a half step behind as everyone else walked in front.
これで随
Now
分
it'll
と
look
女の
much
子
more
ら
like
し
a
い部屋
girl's room.
だといいな
I hope so.
Hmm?
Huh? Kurisu laughed a little. I looked at her confused.
思い出した
I
の
remember when you woke up from your coma.
あ
Huh?
あれからもう5
It
年に
would
な
have
る
been
の
5
ね
years ago now, huh? We went to buy things for you like this then too.
そうなのか
Did we?
うん
Yep, no
私
one and I
と
went
ワンちゃん
shopping
で
for
買い
you.
物
You
し
should
たん
be
だから
grateful.
ね
I
感
had no
謝するよ
idea.
うに
I remembered being surprised at how much stuff was ready for me.
そっか
I see.
That's
Thanks, you
not
two.
ね
Hey, do you remember, Serika? The first and last time we got into a
最後の
fight?
デートでちょっと喧嘩しちゃったことあ
It's definitely not the last time, but you know. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess in this ending.
あの時は本当
We got in a big argument in the middle of the store about whether to buy you boxers or briefs.
そんなことで
Don't argue about that! I glared at them, and my face turned red.
ちなみにのん
By
ち
the
ゃん
way,
はト
no
ラ
one
ンクス
said boxers.
私
I
は
said
黒の
black
ブリーフがい
briefs.
いと
なんで黒だ
Why black?
結局
In the end, we played rock, paper, scissors, and I lost. It was so disappointing.
残念なのは
What's
お前の
disappointing is
趣
your
味
taste in underwear.
え
Huh? You're definitely not a boxers type of guy. Don't you think so, Hina?
ひなちゃんもそう思うでしょ。いや、
No, and honestly, no matter what Miyashiro wears, I can't see him ever getting to show them to a girl, so how much does it matter? The constant dunking. Oh, that's true. I hated to admit it, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. As my shoulders shook with rage, and it was definitely rage, not exhaustion from the heavy bags, I saw Kurisu suddenly turn around. Huh? Where's Suki? Huh? I'd been so focused on the conversation that I hadn't noticed. But when I turned around, she was gone. I looked around to see where she'd gone. Oh. I found her. I could see the top of her tiny head on the other side of the crowd. She stopped in front of a store and was looking through the window pane.
Uki?
Uki? I went back to see what it was she was looking at. It was a fairly large florist shop. Uki was staring in amazement at all the plants lined up in the window. We've been to a lot of different places today, but this was the first one I'd seen her so interested in. Some of the plants were as tall as I was, with leaves growing out of a strong, thick trunk, and some of them were tiny, pretty flowers whose vases would fit in your hands. It felt like you could stare at all the different kinds for hours. I could hear her tiny voice say, "Wow," as she looked at them. You like this stuff? Huh? She must not have realized I was there, because she looked up at me in shock. And then she realized that she'd been pressing her face up to a store window and blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... There's nothing to apologize for. It's fun to look at these, isn't it? I like bamboo palms. I'm a fan of Hachiro plants myself. The girls were smiling as they looked at the plants in the windowsill too. Oh, I know. Why don't we put something in Uki's room? Huh? We can't take anything too big home with us, and we wouldn't be able to care for it anyway, but maybe we could get something small. I couldn't. I've never taken care of a plant. You haven't? I was kind of surprised. She'd been so dedicated to taking care of the patients at that hospital that I was sure she'd have taken good care of the plants there too. There was no sunlight in the basement where I lived. They all wilted. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yuki lived in a dark basement with no sunlight at all. She lived there for years, and then finally she'd been abandoned. I suddenly remembered the despair in her eyes when she'd seen the empty basement. She must have remembered it too, because she suddenly cast her gaze downwards. Kurisu forced herself to speak in a chipper voice. Don't worry about that. Your room gets a lot of sunlight. It was honestly a waste to use it as a closet. Go find one you like, Uki. I still got room to carry a small vase. If you don't think you can raise it on your own, why don't we do it together? Together? That's right, we're family now, right? So hurry up before I change my mind. Okay. Man. I don't know how this is gonna go wrong, but we know it's gonna go wrong. Uki went inside the flower shop, still hesitant, but smiling. As soon as we got back to Alba Dorm, the girls all went to decorate Uki's room. I, of course, stayed behind. After about an hour and a half of waiting... yeah, definitely. Brother Takaru, it's all set. You can come in now. Yui finally came to tell me it was alright, so I went to see Uki's room. Let's take a look. Hey, you're going to be surprised, Taku. You sure will. Is it really that... Looks nice. Wow. It really was that surprising. I was amazed at what I saw. Was this the same empty room I'd seen just a little while ago? There were pretty curtains on the windowsill, a fluffy, girly comforter sat on the bed. A soft carpet had been laid on the cold floor, and the small shelving unit even had some stuffed animals, probably courtesy of Kurisu and Sarika. Beautiful photos and attractive frames now hung on the empty white walls, which had looked like something from a hospital room. The light bulbs had even been replaced with ones that cast a warmer shade of light. The desk, chair, and shelves, which had only been used for work, had now been done up into something much more appropriate for a little girl's room. On top of the shelves was the plant that Uki had picked out, a Scheffleria? Its leaves were bright and green. Oop, wrong button. Also known as a dwarf umbrella tree, an evergreen decorative plant, with many palm-shaped leaves at the end of its branches. It's hardy and able to avoid leaf scald even in direct sunlight, and cold resistant to boot, which makes it a relatively easy plant to raise. Cool. You know what? I want to see what that looks like. Oh, that's a cool little plant. Nifty. Too much slice of happiness, yeah, which is great, except I know what game we're playing. This is incredible.
でしょ
I know, right? As I looked around the room in amazement, I saw a tiny girl looking sad in a corner of the room. It was Yuki, the room's owner.
どうしたウキ
Excuse me. Hmm? What's wrong, Yuki?
こんな素敵
I've
な
never had a wonderful room like this. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
どこにいればいい
I
の
couldn't
か
help but laugh as I saw her clasp her hands in front of her chest and fidget.
自分の部屋
It's your own room, so do whatever you want. Sit on the bed or something. I patted the cute comforter on the bed. Ah, you're inviting her to bed, Miyashiro? You're such a pervert.
誘ってな
I
いだ
am not. Is that all you ever talk about?
もう
Aw, don't get so mad. It was only a joke.
前のは冗談
Coming from you, it doesn't sound like a joke. I glared at Arimura, but she just stuck out her tongue and laughed. Serika, Kurusu, and Yui all started laughing too. Uki, however, just looked around at everyone as if she didn't know what we were talking about. Me, Serika, Kurusu, Ito, Arimura, Kazuki, and now Uki, the newest member of the Hekiho newspaper club, was here as well. We all looked a little tired. Our meeting to decide what we'd put in the next issue hadn't been going well at all.
もういい
Okay, I think it's time to call it a day. I'm the club president and I'm making my decision.
結論も何も
Just decided doing the behind the scenes report of the festival. It's easy.
いいから
No,
何でも
that's
そ
too
れは
obvious.
安直
しつこいな
Give it up, man. You're not still thinking about doing the return of the new generation madness anymore, are you? No one cares now.
にこだわってるんじゃないだろうな
Kurusu's face contorted with sadness for an instant when she heard the name Return of the New Generation Madness. She was probably thinking about Senri Minamiyasawa, the killer who'd committed suicide.
いや別にニュージェネじゃな
No,
くて
it doesn't have to be the new generation stuff. It can be something else, like... Since Kurusu is here, I didn't want to go into any further, but it still seems strange to me. No one cared about the new generation madness anymore. That case had altered every aspect of our lives and attracted the attention of the entire nation, and now everyone had just forgotten about it?
うん
Personally, I think it's just so over. It's the epitome of over. When I saw how casually Arimura was acting, I only became more suspicious. It didn't make sense. What was the reason for this difference between me and everyone else?
ねえみんな
How about make this fair, everyone? We can put it to a majority
多数
vote.
決にすればいいわよね
I wonder how that'll go. Kurusu seemed eager to smooth things over.
まあいいんじゃね
I guess that's okay. What about you, Miyashiro?
いいだろ
Fine
う
by
そうい
me,
う
if
こと
that's what you
なら
want.
受けて立とうじゃないか
I would have to give up on persuading Ito and Arimura, two people who were easily influenced by trends. But I was sure the others would understand.
話はまとまったみたいね
That settles it then. As vice president,
それじゃ
I'll
あ
count the
先
votes.
まず
First, everyone in favor of doing the Restoration Festival, raise your hand. I heard everyone gulp a little, and then the veil of silence dropped. Ito and Arimura raised their hands immediately. A moment later, Kazuki slowly raised her own.
分かった3人
Alright,
ね
so 3 votes. Next question. Who wants to go a little deeper into the Return of the New Generation Madness case? Please raise your hands. I raised my own hand immediately. What about Serika and Kurusu? If they didn't go for Ito and Arimura's proposal, then that meant Serika and Kurusu would agree with me.
おい
Wait. But only Serika raised her hand. Kurusu didn't.
ちょっと待って
Wait a second, Kurusu. Why aren't you voting? If you're not voting for Ito, that means you should be on my side, right?
どうしてだかわ
I
から
don't
ない
know
けど
why, but I'm not really feeling excited about either of your ideas. Can I just abstain this time?
危険
Abstain? You can't do
おかしい
that.
だろ
そう
I can't. Then I guess I'll pick the festival.
クルスは危
So
険から
Kurisu's
仕方ない
abstaining, huh? Fine by me.
おい
Wait, she was about to vote for doing the festival.
いややはりここは
No,
危
we
険
should
という
respect her
クルス
wishes
の
and allow her to
自由を尊
abstain.
重
うわ
I deliberately ignored Arimura's cold glance. Anyway, if Kurusu or Kazuki voted with me, I could have made it a tie. At this rate, things weren't looking good.
ー
Alright, looks like we have our result then. Oh?
結論は出たみたいね
Everyone in the room looked towards a single spot. Next to me, fidgeting awkwardly, but still raising her hand, was... Well, we have a tie. Uki.
確認
Let me
だけど
double check. Uki, you're raising your hand because... Yes, I agree with Takaru. My eyes met with Uki's.
賛成します
Her little eyes seemed to be sending me a message that only I could see.
え
Oh, Wow, I saw it! The two of them were staring into each other's
目
eyes!
と目で通じ合ってる的なアイコンタクト。
おい、宮
Oh, wait, Miyashiro, when did you seduce Uki? Hopefully never. Oh no, he's a lolicon, a criminal, call the cops! Yeah, the whole room started to buzz like someone had poked a beehive.
もう
Jeez, you should see the look on your face. Kurusu laughed and gently put her hands on my shoulder.
子供は直感的に
Kids can tell whether
相手の
someone's
善
good or
悪を見抜
bad.
くもの
You
な
can
の
be
よ。
proud that Uki's given you her
タ
okay.
クルはウキちゃんに OK をもらったと。
Uki was glancing up at me from time to time, her cheeks still blushing pale red. That means she'd taken a liking to me? Of course, that wasn't a bad thing. But none of this seemed quite real, especially the way everyone was willing to just give up on the New Generation Madness case. Oh, hey everyone, glad you're all here. Wakui smiled as he opened the door and came inside.
お
Huh?
先生
You
が
don't
部
come
室
here
に来る
often,
なん
sir.
て。
Oh, actually, I have some good news for you all. I wanted to tell you as soon as possible.
私たちを喜ばせる話だ。
Good news? Well, more specifically, good news for Miyashiro.
僕を
For me? My heart started pounding a little faster when he said my name.
ほら
You know, you had that discussion you guys were going to do at the culture festival, right? Just probably trying to be as vague as possible because of what had happened with Watabe. When he saw the tension in everyone's faces, he quickly continued. The director of that Nikoniya video program contacted us.
ニコニア動
A
画の
director from Nikoniya?
そうなんだよ
That's right. Actually, they want you to take Watabe's place on the news program that he did. What? Me? On a Nikoniya news show?
まあ
Well, even after what happened, Watabe was a very talented reporter, and he seemed to have taken a liking to you, so the director seems to have taken an interest himself. And so he wants you on as a commentator, speaking from the perspective of a high school reporter. Watabe's news program, that was Nikoniya News, right? The most popular source of information around. They wanted me as a commentator? Could that really be
どう
real?
だろう宮代くん
How about it, Miyashiro? They seem pretty insistent. After the initial shock faded, I felt a weird kind of happiness. Felt like I was walking on top of a cloud, but could I really do such an important job? If I tripped over my tongue or panicked, I would look stupid in front of the viewers. Everybody would be laughing at me. I guess you just gotta get good at being talkative. That's great, Taku. This is your big chance.
チャンス
My big chance. That's the star eyes again. Come on, what's wrong, Mishiro? Nikoniya News is a huge program. Why the hesitation?
そうですよ。
That's right, this is your big chance. Everybody else in the world wants it, but you're the only one who gets the super ultra deluxe chance.
これで情弱どもに
Now you can show all those wrong-siders the true power of a right-sider. Man, I'm so happy for you. Well, still, I wasn't sure what to do. Of course, the offer was an enticing one. If it was for the whole of the Hekiho Newspaper Club, I would have accepted without a second thought. We all did the investigations together, so it wasn't right for me to take all the credit. And what's more, you know Taku wanted to take all the credit. Come on, Taku. If you're not certain, at least try it out. Make it happen.
大丈夫、大丈
I'll
夫。
be fine. You can do it, Taku.
いやそう
No,
簡
it's
単に
not
言え
that
るけど
easy. Sarika said I could do it, but I wasn't sure I really could. I was a shy person to begin with, so I didn't know how I would be able to talk on camera.
そう難しく考
It's not
え
that
る
big
こ
a
とない
deal.
っ
Just
す
say
よ。
what's on your mind, like you always do around us.
いつもみたいに
Like I always do.
それに相手
And
は
a camera's not a person. Doesn't it make you feel better if you think of it that way?
大丈夫。
It'll be fine. If this is what you want to do, I'm sure it will go well. Even after all that, I still wasn't sure what I should do until I felt a small tug at my shirt.
あの、 私も
I think that you can do it too. For some reason, when I saw how serious she was, even if she was still a little trepidatious about speaking, I felt a lot better.
どうかな
What do you think, Mishiro?
「
I'll try it then. Yes!
これで一気に
Now the whole school will hear about our club, and we'll be sure to get a ton of new members. Sarika and Arima gave each other a high five, big grins on their faces.
じゃあ先方に
Okay,
はそう
I'll tell
伝
them.
えて
Oh, I'd
あ
almost
そ
forgot.
うだ忘れてた
Wakui clapped his hands together as if he just remembered something.
せっかくだから
They want you to do your first broadcast live from the Shibuya Restoration Festival. That'll be okay, right? What? A live broadcast from the Shibuya Restoration Festival? Which meant,
一応学
since
生
you're a
という
student,
ことで
it'll be hard for them to give you any
金銭的なギャ
money,
ランティーの
so instead they're
発生は
offering you
難しくてね
platinum tickets for the main
代わりに
event.
メインイベント
The
の
main
プラチナ
event
チケ
for
ッ
the
トを
Shibuya Restoration
八代君
Festival
の
is
た
going
め
to be
に
held at
用
the
意してくれるそうなんだよ
Hikuryuo Theater Cube. Major celebrities were going to be there, and the tickets had sold out seconds after going on sale. Supposedly, it cost a fortune to get one from a scalper on the internet now. Oh man, I'm so jealous. You're like a super VIP, Taku. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have volunteered instead. As I heard them all complain, my uneasiness disappeared, and instead I felt joy at being chosen.
宮代君
Yeah,
それで
sure,
も
that's
構わない
okay, right? Oh, yes.
じゃあ
Alright,
先
I'll
方
tell
には
them.
伝えておくから
Man, this is the path of everything goes suspiciously right for Miyashiro. Highly suspiciously. He smiled one last time and left the room. That's so great, Takuru. I'm so jealous.
当然といえ
Well,
ば
it's only
当然
natural
だ
that
け
they'd
ど
choose me.
あ、その発言
Oh, that statement's a lie.
タク
Taku, you're such a liar. Then my eyes met with Uki's again. She'd gotten quiet while everyone else had been excited. Oh, well, I'm glad for you, Takuru.
うん
Oh, thanks, yeah.
あ
Her smile was a flower that wasn't quite in full bloom, and somehow seeing it made me feel really strange. We stayed there and talked about Nikoniya news until the sun set and the chime rang to tell us it was time to go home. After the big news, we hadn't gotten anywhere with our next project, but that was fine. We each grabbed our bags and headed for the shoebox.
Can
only be true route, clearly. Hey, if your Nikoniya news thing goes well, we'll get some new members, right?
そしたら予
Then
算
we can
も
get
増
a
える
bigger
し
budget. It'll be great.
だったら嬉しい
That would make me
な
really happy.
タク
The
たち
club's
が
going to be a
卒業
very
しちゃう
different
と
place once you guys
部活も
graduate.
一気に寂しくな
We
っち
still
ゃう
don't
し
know what was going to happen, but they were already getting excited. I ignored them and went to take my shoes out of their box.
うん
What was this? On top of my shoes, I could feel something thin like paper. Took it out, wondering what it might be.
これって
Is this? It's definitely one of those things you put letters in. An envelope. Yeah, that's right. Dude, did you almost forget the word envelope? I say, knowing I forget words all the time. What's more, it was a very cute envelope, which smelled kind of good. In large letters in the center, it said, To Miyashiro. Oh. I turned it around and there was a heart-shaped sticker sealing it shut. My mind had frozen up for a second, but now it started to race. Could this be? No, wait, don't be hasty, Takuru Miyashiro. You don't know it for a fact yet? I flipped it around and looked at the other side again. There was a name on the envelope. Yume Aozaki? Aozaki?
青崎
Aozaki? Who's that? It's hard to remember, but nothing came to me.
夢
Yume, huh?
お
Hmm? Taku, what's wrong? I like the very tense music for this.
べ
Huh?
別に
It's nothing.
何もしてないよ
It's just like that tense background sound.
今背中に何
Did you
か
just hide something behind your
隠さなか
back?
隠してない
I did not! I did not!
あ、今の嘘です
Oh, that was a lie.
ってことは
Which means
花ちゃん
Hana? Wow. Wow. Yume means... No? I do not. Ah! Kazuki had snuck behind me at some point. She quickly grabbed the letter out of my hands.
おい
Hey, is that?
もしかして
Is this a love
ラブレ
letter?
ター
Everyone started to shout as they peered at the letter in Kazuki's hands.
嘘
No way, for Taku?
マジっすか
Seriously, who sent it?
と
Yume Ozaki. That's how you read this, right?
ゆ
It's dream.
待って
Subtle.
尾崎って
Wait a
も
second.
しかしてあの
Ozaki?
人間の青
The
崎
second
さん
year?
なんだと
What? Ito and Arimura gasped in surprise at almost the exact same time.
知ってるのか
You know her, Ito?
知ってるのかって
Do I know her? Do you not know her? She's the prettiest girl to attend our school in a decade.
我が校を代表する10年に
It's
一人の
super
美少女って
subtle.
有名だろ
I had no idea. To be fair, I believe that he wouldn't know. Yeah. I know her too. They say she's so pretty, it's like she stepped out of the pages of a shoujo manga. They say she's not just the prettiest girl in her grade, she's the prettiest girl in the school. Wow, a girl like that sending Taku a love letter? Sounds fake to me. Why is she mad? No, Kazuki, there's no need to punch the shoeboxes and find out if they hurt. Oh, that's her way of pinching herself to see if she's dreaming. You're kidding me, her? Ozaki? That unbelievably special, beautiful girl wrote Taku a love letter? You're kidding me, it's gotta be some mistake, or maybe she's just screwing with you. Oh man. Ito was stomping her feet and throwing a tantrum. It looked like he might be about to weep tears of blood. Was this Yume Aozaki really that pretty? No, calm down everyone. Ito's right, it could be a prank. I tried to play it cool and speak in a calm, level voice. I failed. Even I could tell my voice was shaking. The most beautiful girl in the school had sent me a love letter. Was this the beginning of a wonderful romance? You don't even know who she is. I was about to say goodbye to my days of being single and enter the world of the normals. No, of course, I was already normal, but I meant in the other sense of the word. Don't do that, Takeru. Kurisu suddenly turned to me with a serious look on her face. Don't do what? Don't just decide that it's a prank. It's rude. You have to read it and then give them your answer. Yeah, I know that. From the look in her eyes, I could tell that she sensed my excitement. Well, there was no sense in trying to fool Kurisu anyway. Come on, Miyashiro, read it! Read it now! Right now! Read it quick! Read it what it says so we can all hear it! Calm down, Ito. This way. Ito looked like he was about to pounce on me. Calm down, Ito. How can I stay calm at a time like this? Ito. All it took was one word for him to quiet down. It's not nice to read it in front of everyone. Good manners dictate that it be read alone by the person who received it. That's right, so... Ah, Miyashiro, you're such a dork. I tried my best to remain calm as the others complained, and then slid the letter into my bag. Of course, I was actually trying my best to suppress the desire to read it right now. Still, first a Nikuniya offer and then a letter from a girl? What was happening to my life? Suddenly, I felt a weird sensation run down my spine. Someone was staring at me. I turned around. Ah, and then I saw something huge, something that most certainly didn't belong here. It's like some kind of twisted piece of art. A D-sword. Uki was standing behind the rest of the group, staring at me intently with a stern expression on her face. In her hand was a shining, beautiful blade, the D-sword. My mind went blank for a second. Uki, what are you... Ah. Huh? What was that? I know I just saw a D-sword. I tried blinking a few times, but Uki wasn't holding any kind of sword at all. Is something wrong? Oh, no. What was that? Maybe a hallucination caused by the setting sun? Oh yeah, sometimes when the sun catches my eye just right, I hallucinate somebody looking depressed and holding a giant supernatural sword. It's a common thing. It's a trick of the light, really. Hey, Miyashiro, just a little. Just read a little. Enough, Ito. Ah, the tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared as I listened to the others chatter. Yeah, exactly. All the time. It's super common. We've all had it happen. No, he's back to the RV. When the door closed... My cool, casual demeanor broke into a giant grin. He has never had a cool, casual demeanor in his life. I was going to be a guest commentator on Nikuniya News, and on top of that I'd gotten a love letter from Yume Aozaki, the most beautiful girl in the school, who he still doesn't know who she is other than is beautiful. On the way back home, I'd had to stop myself from skipping around Shibuya. No, wait a second, Takeru Miyashiro. I said the words aloud to try to get myself under control. Some things were too good to be true. Like all of this. Maybe Ito was right, it was just a prank. The first rule of entertainment was to make it seem like things were going well right before everything goes to hell. Oh man. We know, game. You've done it multiple times to us. We understand. Not that my life was mere entertainment, of course. Anyway, if it was a prank, why would anyone bother? Was the goal to laugh and make fun of me? Who'd want to do that? Aha! So I think we're still going all positive, right? Select all positive for all 3 deletions. Cool. It's gonna keep saving anyway, but... Maybe people could sense the light of my inner genius, no matter how hard I tried to hide it. Yeah, that's what you want to think. But normally I didn't stand out at all. Everyone seemed to get the wrong idea, but I always tried to keep myself out of the limelight. And yet, Yume Aozaki found me anyway, which meant that she was special. The chosen right-sider and the chosen beauty, drawn together by a special destiny. Was this fate after all? No, no, no. Calm down, Takuru Miyashiro. Maybe someone was planning to get my hopes up as much as possible before humiliating me on video and uploading it to the social media. There were other possibilities too. This could also be someone's way of getting me to sign up for expensive English language instructional materials or join some weird cult. Seems likely. Anyway, the fastest way to find out was to read it. That would give me a clue as to whether it was real or a prank. I cut off just a tiny piece of the top of the envelope and took out the letter from inside. The letter was written in pretty pink paper that matched the envelope. I started to read the contents of the letter. Let's see. I apologize for sending this to you so suddenly. But it was causing me too much pain, too much sorrow, and too much agony to keep my feelings locked up inside my tiny little heart. I'm very afraid that this letter won't be enough on its own to express the depths of my feelings, but still, I have to write it. I have to do everything I can to put my feelings to paper. Miyashiro, I've watched you for a long, long time. You're so smart, so knowledgeable about everything, and everyone looks up to you as the president of the newspaper club. But you're also so modest and so reserved. Yup, if I had to describe Takuru Miyashiro, smart, knowledgeable, everyone looks up to you, modest and reserved. That's it. Each time I see the sparkle in your eyes behind those glasses, my heart aches. And at some point, I've become your prisoner. Lately, I think about you all the time, whether I'm awake or asleep. I feel like I'm going crazy. Of course, I know that I'm not good enough for a wonderful person like you. But if you have even the slightest interest in me at all, it doesn't have to be serious to start with, but would you please consider going on a date with me? Again, he knows nothing about her except is pretty. That's all he knows about her, and her name, I guess, but just reading it was enough to make me feel dizzy. I was ashamed that I ever doubted her. I could feel Yume Aozaki's pure, innocent feelings from me pouring forth. Joy burst from within my heart. I'm a truly terrible man to make such an innocent girl my prisoner. I ran my hand up and back through my hair and adjusted the rim of my glasses, then sighed dramatically. What's this? And then I saw it. At the bottom of the letter, there was an 11-digit number. Was that a cell phone number? No. So, I'll be waiting for your answer. That was what it said in cute round letters next to the number. My throat went dry and my stomach started to clench. She wants me to call her? She wanted to talk to me on the phone. She wanted me to talk on the phone with a girl I'd never met before, and one who was supposedly the prettiest to come along in a decade? Sarika and the guys in the newspaper club were one thing, but I still got nervous talking to my classmates. This was asking way too much. You could text her. Or you could just try to meet up with her in person and see if she's even a real person, but you know. Or you could really taku it up. I think he's going to taco it up. I realized I'd been standing there clutching the love letter for hours. If I waited any longer, I'd lose the chance to call her. Come to think of it, it must have taken her a lot of courage to write this letter. So if I didn't respond, Sarika and Kurusu would get mad at me. And not only would it be rude to them, it would go against my own sense of morals and etiquette.
Yes.
Let's do this. I gathered up all my willpower, took out the phone, and dialed the number on the paper. And then I tapped the screen with a trembling finger. It started to ring. The wait was torture. I had to try my best to stop from hanging up. And then she picked up. Hello? I can't believe he just hello'd somebody. I stammered. I totally screwed that up.
僕
It's me.
すごい
Right? Went full Subaru. Tried my best to start over. Oh.
あ
Huh? Was that Ozaki's voice? Can you hear me? Come on, Taku! Oh, man. So maybe the whole thing is just a dream. I thought this had, like, replaced reality, but it might straight up just be a dream. Taku, how'd you know my nickname? Come on, Taku. Huh? This voice, was it...
Oh?
Oh, no way.
尾上
No way. Can I replay that? Whoa. Sure, but it doesn't... It's not immediately translated, but... Oh,
あアニョ
no, it's pretty good. No, it's pretty good.
あアニョ
I know I entered the right number. Takaru, please answer me, Takaru. This time it was another voice. Voice belonged to
クルス
Kurisu.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, text-to-speech voice. Thank you. Kurisu? What was going on? Why was I talking to Serika and Kurisu?
しかして
Maybe the girls had sent me that letter as a prank. No, but wait. I could see Serika and Ito doing it, but would Kurisu really go along with something like that? Kurisu wasn't the type. There was no way. And... Taku, can you hear me? Answer me! They sounded like they were talking about something really urgent. Like him bleeding out or something. It didn't feel like a prank or an act.
尾上
Oh no, what's
どうしたん
wrong?
だよ
And why was the connection so bad? Serika, you need to tell him. He needs to know. Yeah, you're right. My heart started to beat faster. What was going on? What were they talking about? There's so much noise on the line, it was almost impossible to make them out. And they seemed like they were in a big hurry. Swings them up super fast, super cursed. Oh, geez. Alright. Interesting. They seemed like they were in a big hurry. Listen carefully. Where you are isn't... So please, Taku, hurry and... Oh. Oh, so they know. Okay.
おい
Hey, I can't tell what you're saying. Get somewhere with better reception. Huh? Oh, what was that sensation I was feeling? What was I... Oh, right, the phone. I was on the phone. Looked at the phone I was holding. Well, who knew level to 9? Alright. Still trying to connect me to Yume Ozaki. There were no signs she'd picked up, and I couldn't hear Serika or Kurisu at all. My head felt so confused. And what was that? A dream? But it felt so real. The ringing continued. Just when I thought she might not pick up, it connected.
Huh?
Huh?
あの
Hello?
もし
Huh? The call went through, right?
もしもし
Hello?
もし
Hello?
もし
Is this Miyashiro? So this was Yume Ozaki's voice. It's so cute. This is Miyashiro, right?
Ah.
Oh, yes, that's
は
right.
い
Took everything I
そう
had
で
to
す
keep my voice from shaking. Thank you for your phone call. It makes me very happy.
あいえこちら
No,
こ
no,
そ
thank you. I mean, I'm not
Not
sure what to
on
say. Jeez, what am I doing? The sweet voice from the phone was making me its prisoner. Okay, I'll be looking forward to it then.
あうん
Oh, yeah. Miyashiro?
何
What? I think I'm too happy to sleep tonight. You hang up first, okay?
いや
No,
君が
you
さ
first. Then let's both hang up on the count of 3. Oh, no, I'll hang up instead. Huh? Okay. Alright, Mishiro. Good night. Kiss. Miyashiro sounds. Just Taku. Being Taku. Took a deep breath and let out all the air in my lungs. I'd been in such a panic that I didn't even remember what I talked about. The only thing I could barely recall was that we'd agreed to go on a date after school tomorrow. She told me that it would be embarrassing to let the girls in her class see her, so she wanted to meet me someplace a little further away from the school. So we both agreed to meet at Cafe Lex, I think. Huh? Wait a sec.
待てよ
My brain had started to work again, and I realized the mistake I'd made. If we went to Lex, someone from the newspaper club might see us. Not to copy what Aozaki said, but it'd be embarrassing to let them see me too. Maybe I should change the meeting location. I took out and tapped the number I just called, but the person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed. Instead of her beautiful voice, I was met with the cold voice of a recording. That's strange. Maybe she was taking a bath, or she ran out of battery? We've been talking a long time, so it's certainly possible. I tried again, but the person you are trying to reach is unavailable or has turned off their phone. The call cannot be completed. It was the recording again. What's going on? But if she wasn't picking up, there wasn't anything I could do. She'd been able to see that I called, so she'd call me back when she looked at her phone. And come to think of it, we could go someplace else after meeting at Cafe Lex. Even if we did run into someone, we could probably talk our way out of it. Probably. And so... Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and I almost leapt out of my chair. At this hour? For a moment I thought back to the return of the New Generation Madness, and I felt a cold sweat start to form under my armpits. I looked outside, afraid. Huh? Outside the door was a girl I knew well. Uki? What was she doing here? Whatever she was here for, I couldn't leave her out there. Oh. Uki looked relieved when she saw me. What's up? Why are you here at this hour? Oh, I'm sorry for coming over so suddenly. This is for you. He handed me a plastic container wrapped in a tiny sack. This is some dinner for you. If you'd like, you can have it. Leftovers? Yes, Dr. Tsukuma told me you needed to eat some real food, so I... You made this? Yes, so I don't know if it's good, but... I took the sack. The container was still warm. It must have been made just a little while ago. I'll be going then. Of course it's a Garo Froggy. Uki bowed her head and turned to go. I tried to say thank you, but the words got stuck in my throat. Oh. She suddenly turned back to face me. Takeru? I'm taking good care of the plant you gave me every day. If you like, please come to my room and see it. She smiled and fidgeted as she looked up at me. Oh. And then she ran off into the darkness before I could say anything. The meal she'd made for me had a very kind, gentle taste. I was so sleepy. Last night I'd been too excited to sleep properly. I'd gone through all the back issues of Cool Cat Press I could find. So he's gonna... No, he can't botch the date here. Trying to learn all their best dating tips, and the next thing I knew it was light outside. As a result, my mind had been dulled from exhaustion all morning, and my usual stylish and cool mannerisms were missing a little of their sharpness. Yep, sure. Oh, there you are. Morning, Taku. Good morning. You look tired. Let me guess, you were up all night? I'm so jealous. I bet you couldn't sleep after what happened. Always Cool Cat, yeah. As I sat down at my seat, I was surrounded by familiar faces. Hey, guys? I took out the contents of my bag and put them in my desk, trying as hard as I could to act natural. Most of those are, like, half those people aren't in his class. What's with that smug look? That's right, we're all being nice enough to come visit you. Oh, okay. Why did you come to my classroom anyway? You know why. We want to know what happened. She was definitely talking about what happened with Yume Aozaki's letter. I couldn't stop thinking about her myself. A date. A date after school. A date with the most beautiful girl in school. There's no way I'd be able to think about anything else. My mind was already spinning like a merry-go-round with happy fantasies. No. If I started getting excited and freaking out over a single date, I'd be no different than those wannabe normal wrong-siders. So, like himself. But... Come on, Taku, tell us! Sarika smacked her hands down on my desk and leaned forward. Tell you what? About the letter you got yesterday. It's got nothing to do with you. Ah, I see. You see what? Let me guess, I was right, it was just a prank. Was it? I knew it. I thought the same thing. I mean, of course it was a prank. It's Miyashiro we're talking about. The odds of him being able to class change into a normal are 0. Bite me, Ito. Well, if that's what he wanted to think, then fine. The reality was the exact opposite. Come on, everyone. It's not polite to keep asking questions like that. It's Taku's private life, after all. Huh? Aren't you interested, Noan? I'm not. But you've been standing with us the whole time. Also, Arimura, couldn't you just tell that was a lie? That's because... Right! I need to tell him to make sure he gave a polite response to the letter he'd been given. Oh, really? So... Well, if he's willing to tell us, you know... I know what. You want to find out as badly as everyone else, don't you? So? So what? Come on, just stop wasting time and come out with it. The letter, how'd it go? Was it real or a prank? It was... It was? Anyway, enough about that. We need to talk about our next issue since we didn't get to discuss it yesterday. What? Everyone sounded upset. Even Kurisu joined in. You're such a jerk. Come on, it's not like it'll hurt you. Yeah, that's right. I don't care what you say. The answer is no. We'll talk more about our plans for the next project at lunch, okay? It's clear that nothing good would come from talking to them about it. I tried to force the conversation to change direction, but... Huh? Why lunch? We usually meet after school, right? Oh, I just saw him freeze up a little. Which means... He's got after-school plans. No, that's... Yeah, I'm glad we saw it in her route first, but... Yeah, now they get to use it. You do, right? You do. You do indeed. Everyone found out immediately. Would I be able to complete my mission after school? No, I had to. For the sake of my bright, shining future. What if he just doesn't like her? Okay, see you after school. Ito, keep an eye on him, alright? Sure, leave it to me. Can't wait till after school. The chances of them leaving him alone on his date are 0. So, when you put all this together, you see, I kept thinking about what would happen after school, even during Wakui's lecture. Yume Aozaki, a girl whom everyone claimed was not only the prettiest girl in her grade, but the most beautiful in this school. I thought about going to see what she was like this morning, but eventually decided not to. If she saw me, she'd think I'd come to check her out. Which would have been true. So you're the type of person who judges someone by their appearance, huh? I'm disappointed. To be fair, he does have to judge somebody by some criteria. He knows nothing about you other than your name, you're obsessed with him. That's it. That is the whole totality of his information about you. But I guess that's what the first date's for. If that happened, everything would be ruined. I wonder what she's like. Her voice was cute. I know that for a fact. If you could tell whether someone was pretty from their voice, I could say without a doubt that she must be gorgeous. The question was what she was like on the inside. Even if she was cute, I didn't want to date a girl who was a shallow slut. Wow. The whole if only if they're hot thing was for shallow people with shallow minds, says the guy who absolutely wanted to go see what she looked like seconds ago. A common, if unspoken addendum to many things girls say about guys that they like. For example, I like a man who's funny, only if they're hot. I like a man who can cook, only if they're hot. A true right-sider like me wouldn't be deceived by appearances. He's said so many things contrary to that already, but they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it's also true that what's on the outside of a person reflects on who they are inside. Which meant that on the inside, she had to be... Alright, who can read this next part? Miyashiro? Miyashiro? Hey, Miyashiro, he's calling on you! Miyashiro!
Huh?
Huh? I suddenly realized the whole class was looking at me.
宮代くん、
Monsieur, were you not listening?
いえ
Oh, no. I stood up and then froze. Where was I supposed to be reading from exactly?
122ページ
Page 122, line 4, Mishiro. Ito, I owe you one. this is the dream I had.
腕組みをして枕元に座っていると
Excuse me. I was sitting, arms crossed at the head of a bed. A woman was lying there, face up, and in a small voice she told me she was going to die.
女は長い髪を
Her long hair draped across the pillow, framing a face that was soft and round.
真っ白な方の
There
底
was just a hint of red blood beneath the pale skin of her cheeks, and her lips, of course, were red as well.
しかし女は静か
And
に
then she said in a soft but clear voice, "In my dream, I become a butterfly.
複然として
A butterfly, floating here and there." As I read the passage, I started to get confused. I had to read Soseki's 10 Nights of Dreams in class before, and I didn't remember this part.
自分も確かにこ
And I
れは
thought
死
that,
ぬなと
yes, she was going to die, so I
そこで
leaned
知
over
ら
her
ず
and
週の
asked,
夢に胡蝶
"Are
と
you a
出る
human dreaming you're a butterfly? Or are you a butterfly dreaming you're a human?"
週と胡蝶とは
Both.
すなわ
Both the
ち
human and the butterfly
必
are
ず死にま
indeed
す
going to
と
die, the woman
と言い
said.
ながら
Then she opened her eyes and said that you're dreaming too. If you don't get out soon, you won't be able to get out at all, Taku.
早く脱出
What?
おいおい
Hey, my Shiro, what the hell are you reading?
Eh?
No, My classmates must have found my reaction funny because they all started to laugh. Come on, I know you had some good luck yesterday, but get a hold of yourself, man. I just stood there in shock as the rest of the class laughed at me. I looked back at the textbook, and there was nothing like that written there. Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. What the hell was that? Was that just a delusion? Come to think of it, something weird had happened last night, too. Was Ito right? Was I just feeling overwhelmed because I've been chosen as a news commentator and received a love letter? Or was I still tired after all the stuff that happened with the case? The harder I tried to think about it, the harder it got to think it all.
やれやれ。どうやら
Sheesh.
寝ぼけてる
Looks like
よ
you're
う
still
だし
tired. Why not go wash your
顔は
face? I'm sorry, sir. I could feel the rest of the class staring at me as I waved my way through the desk to get out the hallway. I should probably just do what he suggested and go wash my face. Maybe that would make my head feel clear. My footsteps echoed down the empty hallway as I headed for the washroom. I saw it again. There was no way I could mistake it for anything else. It was a D-sword, and the person holding it was...
ウキ
Uki? But why? Before I could say anything, she turned around.
おい
Oh, wait! And ran away on tiny feet. I ran after her. I was sure she went this way. Oh. I found Uki and quickly ran over to her.
ウキ
Uki. Oh, Takaru? Uki looked up at me confused. Her bangs were a little wet, and she'd been wiping them with a handkerchief. She wasn't holding a D-sword, she was just holding a girly handkerchief.
と
What are you doing? Also, hey Ramen, how's it going? Are you popping in to pop out, or have you caught up time and a half? Okay, I just finished working to the VOD. Cool. Enjoy. Things are going on. And you've got some fun. We had to go all negative delusions to get to where we are, so you got some fun negative delusions to hit too. And a fun positive one.
Which is strange, is it not?
Enjoyed it way more than expected. Oh, cool. Nifty. I wouldn't expect... I don't know if I could enjoy a 13-hour shift, but I've enjoyed 13-hour streams, so, you know, whatever. Some of them are really fun, but if you just want to get to the story stuff, you can just skim until like an hour, at least an hour in. It was at least an hour before we got to actual stuff. I want to say an hour and a half. Could be wrong. But some of them were fun, so, you know, that's up to you. Either way, cool. Glad your work shift's over. Glad you can relax, and when you catch up, I hope you enjoy. But we're gonna keep going now, so... what are you doing?
実は
I fell asleep during class, and the teacher told me to go wash my face. Fell asleep? Yes, I've been helping at the dorm all day lately, and I guess I'm getting a little tired. Her little body seemed to get even smaller as she apologized. Looking at her, it was impossible to believe she was planning to do something evil with a D-sword. I see. I'm ashamed to say it, but
難しい話です
her cheeks went red with shame as she turned her head downwards. I'll be getting back to class then. Yeah. Yuki bowed her head and then disappeared down the hall. Oh yeah, the Sora message. There it was again. I was seeing things again. What was happening to me?
And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come!
Lunchtime came, and I went to the clubroom like I'd originally planned. I was still thinking about the creepy thing it seemed. Hello everyone, it's the moment you've all been looking forward to. It's time for the Hekiho Lunchbox. We're here to brighten up your lunch hour, so let's get right to it. The broadcasting club were playing their daily lunch broadcast. How many people actually looked forward to this? Now today is November 5th. I guess they remembered it. That's the day they found King Tut's tomb. It's also National Apple Appreciation Day. Yum yum. Still, it's been getting really cold lately. I'd rather have a yummy orange while sitting under a heated blanket. I mean, can you not have apples while sitting under a heated blanket? Alright. Heated blankets are amazing, aren't they? Agreed. Even the scariest person in the world couldn't help but fall asleep under one. Doesn't it make you feel good sleeping under a heated blanket? Once I fall asleep, I don't get up. I tell myself, you have to wake up. 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 You have to wake up, Taku. What was that? Was someone calling my name? You can't stay there. You have to wake up or you won't be able to come back. I won't be able to come back? What does that mean?
おい
You
それって
think?
一
Oh,
体
cool. I mean, tangerines are delicious, don't get me wrong. I just didn't see why it was a seasonal thing, but if it's related to like New Year's, makes sense. Wait, what do you mean? Alright, let's play a song request. We'll begin with Phantasm, and their hit song, of course, is Phantasm. Lunchtime broadcast was back to normal. All the other students were acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. They were discussing what anime was good this season, or where they were going after school. It's like that broadcast had never happened.
やっぱり
This really is weird, right? At this point, even I had to admit that something wasn't right. Was I going crazy?
タクルさん
Takeru,
どうしたん
what's
です
wrong?
か
I heard a voice and turned around. Apples would be great. Yeah. Spitting out seeds and tangerine. I don't mind it too much. Tangerines are tasty, but to each their own. And I gasped again. Nuki was standing there, holding a shining blade. What's wrong? Huh? I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Uki was in front of me, but she wasn't holding a D-sword. Her oval eyes went wide with surprise.
その
Have I done something wrong?
いや
No,
なんで
it's
もないん
nothing.
だ
そう
see.
ですか
I tried to act calm, but Uki didn't seem satisfied.
その
You're
Uki も
going to the
部室に
club room too, right?
はい
Yes.
一緒に行こうか
To change the name because Netflix? Tiny oranges that had to change their name because Netflix? I don't know. Want to go with me?
はい
Yes. I walked ahead so that she couldn't tell how worried I was getting on the inside. I could feel her following me from behind. Cuties? Oh, okay.
来た来た
Oh, there they are. Ciao. Everyone was already in the room. I'll
私
make
お
some
茶入れ
tea.
ますね
I watched Yuki start to mix the tea, like always, and sat down in my chair.
お
Huh?
なんだなんだ
What's up? Why the big sigh? Don't tell me she dumped you already.
違うそんなんじゃない
No, that's not it. I let my head droop down as I tried to think. What was happening to me didn't seem to make sense. Was it only happening to me? Either way, I didn't think I'd be able to solve this problem on my own, which meant...
あのさ
Listen,
ち
I
ょっ
want
と
to ask you
聞い
guys
てほしい
something.
んだけど
んどうしたの
What's up?
改め
あのさ
Actually, and then I told them
Just,
all about everything that had happened since last night. I didn't mention Uki's name since she was right there.
う
Wow, that doesn't sound good, does it?
専門のお医者様
Maybe
に
we
見
should
て
have
も
a
らった
specialist
方
take a
がい
look
いか
at
も
you.
しれないわねうん
Yep, going nuts. Everyone started to give their own opinions.
私 私はあんま
I
り
don't
考
think
え
you
す
should worry
ぎ
too
ない
much.
方
It
が
may
いいと
just be
思う。
stress.
そうそう。
That's right, you're just excited because you got a love letter.
そう。
Am I? You think? Maybe I was overthinking things. To be honest, I didn't want to think too hard about it. Maybe I just wanted to hear that everything was okay. I did feel a little better getting it off my chest.
タク？
Taku?
あ、
Oh, no, that's a big
Sanko
help, thanks.
もういいの？
Is that all you wanted to say about it?
なあ。
Yeah, we have to talk about our next project too. We can't talk about my problems forever, right?
それはそうだけど。
That's true, but...
それじゃあ改めて
Alright, so about that
今後の
project.
活動についてだけど、
それじゃあ
So we settled on doing a report on the Shibuya Restoration Festival, correct? Exactly as the plan was originally. We ended up picking the obvious answer for our project. I'd been opposed to it until now, but after what's happening to me, I honestly didn't care anymore. I'd have been just as happy to do a cooking video. Even the excitement I'd been feeling for my after-school date was beginning to fade. As the school day drew to a close, I kept turning my phone on and then turning it off again. Of course, I was thinking of calling Ozaki. My mood kept getting darker and darker as afternoon classes proceeded, and I didn't feel like I was up to a date anymore. Wouldn't be right to spend a date feeling like this, and more than anything, it would be rude to her. Part of me wanted to do it another day, and part of me didn't want to waste this chance. I thought, and
やっぱり
I guess I'll tell her I'm not feeling well, and that we should do it another day.
別の日に
May as well get it over with then. I turned my phone on again before I could change my mind, and then tapped in her number. She didn't answer. One more time.
もう一回
It's the middle of the school. Oh, not the middle, but it's the school day. She still didn't answer. I kept trying, but she never picked up. Come to think of it, she would have seen that I called last night, but she still hadn't called me back. You got a call from your boyfriend. Wouldn't you normally either pick up right away or call back?
仕方ない
Oh well. It might not be ideal, but it would be better than blowing her off. Decided to visit the second-year classrooms, but I didn't know what Ozaki looked like. I only knew her name and phone number. Should have asked Ito first, maybe, but there was no helping that now.
せめて有村
If
が
only
いれば
Arimura were here. She'd be able to tell me what class Ozaki was in at least. Went to Arimura's classroom, but I couldn't find her. She may have gone home already. I guess I just have to...
はい。
Yes? I worked up what little courage I had and asked one of the girls walking by. Can I ask you something?
なんです
Oh,
か？
what is it?
えっと
Well, do you know what class Yumi
青
Ozaki
ゆめ
is
さん
in?
の
は？
Huh?
だから
Yumi Ozaki, I said.
青崎？
Ozaki? That was strange. If she was the prettiest girl in school, she should have at least heard of her.
あの
Ask someone else. But
青崎さん。
Ozaki, do you know
知
her?
ってる？知らな
No,
い。
I don't think there's anybody in our grade with that name.
Huh?
There wasn't. Arimura had said that she was the prettiest girl in school, not just the second-year class. And we all know, if you're the prettiest girl in school, you're the most popular, clearly. I mean, sarcasm aside, they do tend to go hand in hand, for what it's worth. Not to say only attractive people can be popular, but it does tend to be that way. At least in my limited high school experience. Ito knew about her too, and he'd even been jealous of me. I talked to her last night on the phone. I decided to visit the first year's class just to be sure. Maybe I heard wrong, and Ozaki was a first-year student, not a second-year. But
いませんよ。
there's no girl with that name here. What the hell was going on? How could there be nobody named Yumi Ozaki in either grade?
そうだ
I know. I decided to call Arimura.
くそ
Damn it. This is the first time I could remember where she hadn't picked up the phone. Fine, I'd send a text. I waited, but got no answer. What the hell? What's happening here? A black shadow started to press down on my heart. Did this have something to do with the other strange things that were happening around me? Or was my earlier guess right, and Arimura and the others were trying to prank me? Prank seems super likely. I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting around all day waiting for an answer. I ended up going to Cafe Lax, where we were supposed to meet. If I went there, I should be able to find her. Even if it was a prank, my friends would all be there eagerly awaiting my arrival. Either way, I'd learn something. went to the cafe and looked around from a slightly concealed vantage point.
何をしてお
What are
る
you doing?
あ、いや、
Oh, well,
まあよい
whatever. She's been waiting for you.
あ、そう。
Oh, okay. Huh? Wait a second.
今なんで
What did you say?
待ち人
She's
じゃ
been waiting for you. Look over there. I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Wow, she actually gets art. Did she change out of her school uniform?
よかった
I'm so glad you came. I've been waiting for you, Miyashiro.
待ってたんです
She
よ
was Yume Ozaki? All thoughts evaporated from my mind. The world quickly lost its color, and all the noise around me seemed to fade away. The only thing I could see was the girl in front of me. Ever see someone so attractive you just ah? A shock like a gunshot went through my chest. Her silken hair, her long eyelashes, her oval eyes like stars, her perfect nose, her lips the color of pale cherry blossoms. Her chest was the perfect size, not too large and not too small, and her hips were curvy, but not too curvy. Her skin was smooth, and it glowed like there was a light shining from within her. And more than anything, her beautiful smile as she looked at me. Every part of her body seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of beauty herself. Moe moe.
先輩
Miyashiro? Yes, she was an angel. She was a miracle come down from heaven. She was customized to be exactly what I wanted. That was no exaggeration. It was the only way I could think of it. I was looking at the very incarnation of everything I'd ever wanted in a girl. What could I call this except a miracle? A dream? All the doubts in the back of my mind crumbled away like sand blown by the wind. All the girls in the lower classes at Hekio had told me they'd never heard of Yumi Ozaki, but she was right here, right in front of me. What other fact could I possibly need?
どうしたんですか
What's wrong,
先
Miyashiro?
輩
Well, we have to go positive, but man, am I curious to see how other routes of this are going to go. Really curious. No, I didn't need anything else. Everything was right in front of me. Believe and you shall be saved. Did you wait long?
待った。
Just as I took a step towards her. Huh? I heard loud footsteps coming up the outside stairs. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard the door open. I turned and saw... Onoe, what are you doing
お前な
here?
んでここもしかして
Did you
つけてきた
follow
の
me?
つけてきたんじゃ
I
ないも
didn't
ん
follow you. I came here behind you.
どっちだって同
Those
じだろ
both mean the same thing. Why did you do that?
だって
Because, yeah...
は
Huh? I couldn't hear you. Say it clearly. Because I wanted to know what happened. Sarika stuck her lips out into a pout and sulked. You probably just think it's funny, right? I don't think that's very
どう
nice.
せ面白半分
No, that's not it. Then what?
僕はさ
You know, Taku. Sarika never held back about saying what she was thinking, but now she looked really hesitant. Felt weird seeing her act this way.
僕は
Taku,
ゆめちゃんに
what are you going to
なんて
tell
返事
Yume?
をするの
Are you going to tell her yes, and then things get all lovey-dovey?
ラブラブ
Lovey-dovey?
オッケーする
You're
ん
going
で
to
しょ
say okay, right? You are, right?
それは
Well,
やっぱりそうな
I
ん
knew
だ
it. You are. And then you're going to flirt with each other and then kiss in the classroom after
お
school.
前何言っ
What
て
are you
んの
talking about?
そりゃ
I mean, she's the prettiest girl in school, right? Why would you refuse?
あのな
Listen, it's none of your business
別
what I
に僕
do.
がどう返事しよう
I
が
felt like she was
お前
throwing
に
a
は関
tantrum
係
and
な
I
い
reacted coldly. Normally she'd just complain more, but today something was different about Sarika.
おのえ
Oh no, eh?
関係
It is my
なく
business.
ないもん
The lighting of the cafe reflected off her wet eyes.
Oh.
Oh no, eh?
おの
I had no idea. I had no idea that Sarah could look so sad.
なくなんか
It
ない
is my business.
えおい
Wait,
私だって
I've been watching you for longer than anybody. I've been with you longer than anybody. And to tell you the truth, I always loved you more than anybody. What?
それなの
But now I'm losing you to a girl that shows up out of nowhere. I don't
いきなり
want that. All I could do was stand there like an idiot as she sobbed. Sarika was in love with me? She always had been. No, but she'd never shown any signs of that. I had no idea what to do. At no time in my short life had I ever dealt with anything like this.
とにかく
Just calm down. That was all I could say. Hold on, I think my headphone cord is wrapped around my chair. Yep, there we go. I'd always thought of Serica as a friend, as someone I could always count on, regardless of her sex. I never really seen her as a girl, except for all the time he looked at panties and tried to do stuff from Cool Cat Press with her. Except for those times. Except for those times. Loves him to death. I thought that we could always be friends like that. But... forget it, Taka, you dummy. She turned away and ran down the stairs, the tears reflecting in the light as they streamed down her face. Wait, listen to me. I tried to follow after her when... What? Was that a delusion? Then where was Serica?
Huh?
Hmm? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The footsteps coming up the stairs weren't Serica. They belonged to a man I'd never seen before. Serica, in love with me? What was I thinking? That was impossible. Huh?
What?
I suddenly gasped in surprise. Naozaki had been right there in that chair a moment ago, but now she'd vanished. Looked all around the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had she gotten annoyed watching me just stand there and go home? I mean, no, that was impossible. It's a little possible. There was only one entrance to the cafe. That's fair. It was impossible for her to leave without me seeing it, unless you were just staring into space. I went to where she'd been standing and took a closer look. But there was nothing on the table. There was no sign that anyone had even put a water glass on the table, and the chair was pushed in. There was nothing to hint that anybody had been sitting there at all. What's going on? What's happening? I'd seen a girl standing here. I'd heard her voice. Was that all a hallucination? Another product of my delusions? I suddenly felt someone looking at me. I wonder who it could be. I looked around the cafe, but I didn't see anyone. Looked outside. Outside the window on the other side of the street where the sun was setting, I saw a tiny silhouette looking up at me.
Uki.
Uki? There's no doubt about it. And she looked at me with silent, calm eyes. There was an elegant and razor-sharp blade in her hand. I ran out of the store. This time I was sure of it. Uki was watching me. What had Uki been doing there? If I could find out, I might be able to figure out what was going on. That certainly spurred me to action. I ran as fast as I could after her as she fled. She was just a little kid. At this distance, I'd be able to catch up to her. Or so I thought. But no matter how fast I ran, I didn't seem to get any closer. What was this weird sensation? It wasn't that my sense of distance was screwed up. It was like I was chasing something that wasn't there. I was moving my legs as fast as I could, but it was like in a nightmare, where you're running from someone who's always chasing you, and you don't seem to be moving at all. This time, my desperation pushed me beyond my limits. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My sides stung from lack of exercise. My legs were screaming that they were about to give up. But I forced myself to keep going. Yuki turned around and saw me, then slipped through the turnstile to escape. I followed her through. Huh? I'd been in such a hurry that I hadn't put my card up to the machine, but it had let me through anyway. It had done the same for Uki, too. She hadn't gotten out her card either. No, there's no time for that. I ran up the stairs to the platforms, and I was just in time to see a train slide into the Harajuku platform and watch Uki get on. Wait, Uki, wait! Huh? It disappeared. Uki had just gotten on a green car from the Yamanote line, and it was gone. It hadn't left the station. I would at least be able to see it then. The whole platform was quiet, as if the train had never existed in the first place. Not only that, the whole station was strangely dark. I couldn't see a single person. What? Cold chill ran up my back. Yeah, not seeing a single person at a mid-afternoon, post-work hour subway station on a weekday. That doesn't happen. Cold chill ran up my back. What was going on? I looked around again and again, but the place was as quiet as the surface of the moon. Complete silence. Complete emptiness. There were no customers and no employees either. The information boards were all black and showed nothing at all. That was impossible. Shibuya was supposed to be in the fifth busiest station in Japan.
そうだ
Right. Where's Uki? I forced my tired legs to move and looked around for Uki. But the only sound on the platform was my footsteps, and there was no sign of Uki or anyone else.
くそ
Damn it.
一体何なん
What's
だよ
happening? What the hell is going
何
on
がどう
here?
なってんだよ
Felt like someone had torn open my skull and started fiddling with my hippocampus. I went down the platform and through the turnstile and everything was back to normal. What was going on? Then I heard the sound of the train coming in above me, as if it was mocking me. I ran back up the stairs, feeling the people around me staring at me in bewilderment. But when I got up there, the platform was as empty as before. I had no idea what was going on anymore. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I staggered down the stairs, feeling defeated. Once I got back down, the world was normal again. I didn't feel surprised anymore. It just felt empty. Huh. I put my back to the wall and let myself slide to the ground. Maybe I had gone crazy. I looked up and saw a commercial for a music artist playing on the big TV above Scramble Crossing. Yeah, wonder who that could be. Kinda everywhere. It was playing a song by Phantasm that just got released a few days ago. Suddenly there was static on the screen. Please, listen! Huh? That voice. Taku, please! Taku, you... listen! Ours, here! Sarika and Kurusu too? Why was I hearing their voice from the TV? Careful, you're trapped in a delusion of Shibuya.
妄想の
Delusion of Shibuya? If you want to escape, you have to... That would be the perfect time for it to stop. Oh. I heard a noise, and their voices vanished, only to be replaced by the Phantasm music video once more. Was that a hallucination? No, it was another message, like the ones I'd heard before.
妄想の
Delusion of Shibuya.
渋谷
The lights on the intersection changed, and the people started to move. Beyond them... Standing in a gap between the crowds, I saw a girl. Yeah, it's got that vibe, don't it? It was Uki Yamazoe, holding her D-sword. Suddenly, it felt like a dam burst in my mind. Gigglomaniacs. Yuki Yamazoe's power as a gigglomaniac
他人の思考や
was to reboot other people's thoughts and desires. That's right. This whole thing started when I'd had that nightmare about being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. Then this must be... I started to move. The light was about to turn red, but I ran across the intersection anyway. I forced my way to the other side of the street as the car horns blared at me.
やっと捕まえ
I
た
finally caught you. When I grabbed her by her tiny shoulders, Uki jerked and looked up at me in shock.
タクル
Takaru? The D-sword she'd been holding had vanished. That didn't matter anymore.
悪いが
Sorry, but you won't be able to fool me anymore. Just tell me the truth about what's going on. Pretending to be scared wasn't going to work either. Uki, you just had your D-sword out, didn't you? Everything that's been happening around me, that's your fault, isn't it? Uki shook her head frantically to the left and right, as if she was trying to wriggle out of my grasp.
ダメだ
No, I'm not letting you go until you tell me the truth. She looked around for help. I realized that the people around me were staring at me suspiciously. Stares, stares, stares. They formed a circle, looking at me with cold, inconsiderate eyes.
おいそこ
Hey, you! Two black shadows forced their way through the crowd.
あんただあんた
You, what are you doing there? Oh, no. This is bad.
どうした
What's wrong? Are you doing something you shouldn't be?
違い
No, she and I are friends.
犯罪を犯す奴は
Every
大体
criminal
そういう
says that.
犯罪
Criminal? No, I...
話は署で聞かせて
You
もら
can
お
tell
う
us at the station. Now come with
こっちへ
me.
来なさい
Strong arms grabbed me and held me tight. Well, he had that coming. Uki slipped out of my grasp. She slid through the crowd and disappeared from my sight. If I got arrested here, not only would my life be over, I might lose a critical clue.
あんた
Are you a
学生
student?
か
これ
This is a Hekiho uniform, isn't it?
ああなるほど
Oh, I see. That explains it. That explains it?
あおい
Hey, wait! I forced my way free and ran into the crowd.
待て
Stop! Does anyone ever actually stop when they hear that? If I was going to stop, I wouldn't have run in the first place. Practically body slammed my way through the crowd, running as fast as I could while the people around cursed at me. How much time had I spent running today? Felt like I'd been chasing a phantom of Yuki forever. At some point, my legs started to move on their own. I couldn't see the police anymore, but I was still terrified they might appear at any second. The only place I could go was Alba Dorm.
Takuru?
Takuru? Kurusu's eyes went wide as she saw me run in, out of breath. My lungs were begging for more oxygen. My heart was about to burn out like an engine low on gas. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? True. I thought I'd be able to speak, but my throat had dried up too much for me to get the words out. Just have some water and calm down. Usually I'd ask for a Mountain Dew instead, but now wasn't the time. I took a gulp of water from the glass Kurusu brought me and finally calmed down. So, what happened? Is it true? Calm down before you start speaking. I can't understand what you're talking about. You've been sending me all these messages lately, right? Are they true? Messages? That's right, you keep telling me this isn't Shibuya. I swallowed the rest of my sentence when I saw the look on her face. She was blinking at me in confusion, with her head tilted to one side. It was clear she had no idea what I was talking about. Well, shoot, yeah. Takuru? No, never mind. Huh? Let's say, just hypothetically, that this wasn't the real Shibuya. If that was the case, that meant the girl in front of me wasn't the real Kurusu. This meant I was probably wasting my time asking her anything. There was no point. Where's Uki? I decided to do something else. Did something happen with Uki? Is she in her room? No, she's not back yet, but I think she will be soon. Uki wouldn't know that I was here, and there was no other place for her to go as far as I knew, so all I had to do was wait. What's wrong, Takuru? Tell me. No, it's nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. What happened with Uki? Kurusu was acting like she was really worried. It's fine. There's nothing you need to worry about. I just want to ask her something is all. Is that really it? Yeah. So can I stay here and wait for her? It's nothing weird, right? Oh, it's maximum weird, but... Huh? Well, you want to ask Uki, since she's going through a lot, so you need to be nice to her. I know that. I hope so. Kurusu headed for the kitchen. She still looked worried. She was probably getting ready for dinner. For my part, I decided to just sit there and wait like I said I would. Come to think of it, Yume Aozaki, what had happened to her? Excuse me. I thought I saw her at Cafe Lax, but then she quickly disappeared. Maybe she'd just been another hallucination? I took out my phone and looked at the call history. I tapped the screen to call her number. If she answered, there was a lot I wanted to ask her. If she didn't... As I listened to the phone ring, a strange sort of urgency started to well up within me. There was no sign of her picking up. It rang 20 or 30 times without even going to an answering machine. Damn it. I was getting nowhere. So I decided to end the call and try again. I didn't know what her plan was, but I would make this a battle of wills. I'd keep calling again and again until she picked up. That's the right way to handle things. I'd call again and again and again. Definitely the right way to handle things. How many times had I called her? It's more times than I could count on both hands. I knew that much. But not once had she answered the phone. Maybe the monotonous sound of the ringing was getting to me, because I was starting to get sleepy. It had been a stressful day, both physically and mentally. My mind, body, and spirit were all worn out, and the exhaustion was building up. My eyelids started to feel heavy. It became harder and harder to stay awake. No, don't fall asleep. Takuru? Kurusu had come back from the kitchen at some point and was standing next to me. Kurusu? Oh, don't sleep here. You'll catch a cold. No, Right. Just come with me. I'll put out a futon for you. No. You'll get more rest sleeping on a futon for a little instead of just sleeping here. Kurusu grabbed me by the hand and stood me up. You're so silly sometimes. Why not lead him to his room? I didn't get the sense from Kurusu's voice that she was giving me an order. Her voice was filled with kindness and compassion. I was too tired, and her voice was too soft for me to resist. I let her take me where she wanted me to go. I was so sleepy, I wasn't even sure what I was feeling. Okay, this way. Kurusu brought me into what looked like a girl's room. Everything was colored pink and made for the taste of a little girl. This was... oh, that's right, this is Uki's room. The Shelflaria was on the side shelf in its little pot. This was definitely Uki's room, but why here?
お布団
I just hung the futon out to dry this morning, so it should be nice and comfy. But still, it wasn't right to sleep in a girl's room when she wasn't there. Wait, that wasn't the real question. What was the real question? I didn't know. I didn't have the mental capacity left to think about it. Perhaps it was Hypnos, the god of sleep, tempting me. A god of Greek mythology called Hypnos, said to rule over sleep, the younger brother of Thanatos, the god of death. Well, it didn't matter. I just wanted to sleep. The desire to sleep was controlling my body and mind. Fwah. As I fell into Uki's bed, I was surrounded by the gentle, mild scent of a young girl. It was clean, a clean, sweet scent like freshly washed sheets. The scent made me even more tired, and my eyelids slowly began to... No, still calling though. A phone call? My phone was making a noise in my pocket. Who could be calling at this hour? I'm sleepy. Call me some other time. But the phone didn't stop ringing, no matter how long I waited. Give it up. I'm trying to sleep here, and who are you anyway? Well, you could find that out by looking at it. It just wouldn't stop, and even though my mind was still hazy, I felt like I had no choice but to pick up the phone. The god of snap. Yeah, clearly. Name on the display was... Yume Ozaki? That's right. So she'd seen my call and finally decided to call back. That's right, I had to find out who she is. I have to answer the phone. I tried to move my fingers to tap the call icon, but my body felt far heavier than it should. I just needed to move my fingers a little, but it was like my body belonged to someone else. I need to answer it quickly, or she might just hang up. But it was like my body was paralyzed and it wouldn't move. It was like I was in a dream. A dream? Then who was dreaming? No, that didn't matter. I needed to pick up the phone. If I didn't hurry, she'd hang up. Hurry, hurry! Put all my strength into my fingertip and finally was able to answer the call. Hello? My voice was so exhausted that it was hard to believe those were my own words. Even as I talked, it felt like I was going to be dragged into the forest of sleep. Hello? I was too out of it to even tell whose voice it was on the phone. Taku, can you hear me? Taku! Who's calling me? Listen, Taku, at this rate, you're never going to wake up. You need to hurry and... Kurusu? Please wake up, Taku! Why are they... Was it Yume Ozaki on the phone? It's not working. His consciousness level is still dropping. At this rate, Miyashiro is going to die. No. Keep calling out to him. More than you're doing now. I couldn't even tell who was saying what anymore. I was falling into the abyss of sleep. Listen, Taku, what you're seeing isn't real. The real you was badly hurt and you're in a hospital bed. Please, Taku, remember, or you're not going to be able to come back. Please, come back! I could hear desperate cries from very close and from far away. But it was amazing how little it seemed to matter. The gentle light enveloped me. I fell asleep. Well, bad end, Taku. Where am I? Huh? It's supposed to be in Uki's room. Was this real or a dream? Dream? Whose dream? Whose dream are those dreams? Mine? What? I screamed as something suddenly came into view. Tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... Yui? Huh? Tell me, how did it feel to lose something you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets and to know how powerless you are? That's right. She was everything to me, and you let her die. But now my revenge can be complete. Ito, you... Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that sharp knife and anesthetic? I've been so angry about Yui's death. If not, it's going to hurt bad, like it did for Yui. Ito? What, are you going to cry and beg me not to kill you? Get on your knees and weep? You really... Oh, Takeru! I gasped when I heard a voice behind me. Good, I found you. Listen, Yui is... And then Yuki saw the boxes near my feet and froze. Shocked, she looked at them and then at me, as if she was trying to say something. Then she saw Ito. Yui is...
邪魔するな
Don't interrupt me.
今いいとこ
This is the best part. Miyashiro is miserable from the loss of his dear sister, and now he's going to die. You're not part of this, so shut up and watch. What? Ito turned towards me. Yuki looked at the boxes again, and then she finally seemed to understand the meaning of Ito's words, and then... No. She took a half step back. And screamed... and glared at him in fury. What? The D-sword appeared in her little hand. What the hell?
なんだよ
What's gotten into her? Oh, I can't even imagine why she might be upset right now. Yuki staggered forward, flailing her sword wildly. Ito had no idea how to handle this sudden attacker.
待てウキ
Wait, Yuki, Ito is still... I got between them. And then... an impact. Pain. Heat. That's right. She stabbed me with her D-sword. Yep, I remembered. That was what happened.
あれが
Was that reality?
それじゃ今
Then I was inside a delusion right now. I could hear voices. Please, wake up!
戻ってきて
Come back to us, Takaru! I could hear Sarika and Kurisu on the phone. Huh? What's going on? Was that a dream? Was I... Oh, that's right. This was Uki's room. I fell asleep in Uki's room. I was on the phone. I called Yume Aozaki. And then they called me. Taku, can't you hear me? That's right. Sarika's voice was calling me. Huh? Suddenly something flew by me and knocked the phone out of my hands. I fell on the floor. It fell on the floor. Its body split open by something sharp. My mind was still hazy as I forced myself to look up at the person holding the shining blade above me. Standing next to the bed, her face filled with desperation, was... Uki?
ダメ
No, you can't learn anymore. This world is your reality,
気づいちゃい
Takaru.
けないです
Her voice was as sad and desperate as the expression on her face.
どういう
What do you mean? Uki closed her eyes just for a moment.
優しい
A
家族
warm, loving family,
温かい
kind
楽
friends,
しいこと
fun things,
嬉しいこと
pleasant things, happy
幸せな
things,
こと
and
だけ
nothing
が
else going on forever and ever.
これが現実の
This is the
渋谷
real Shibuya.
これが
For you,
タクル
this
さん
is
にとって
real.
の現
What's
実
wrong with that?
違う
No. I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't move.
何が
What's wrong with that?
それ
It's... What was wrong with it? If the dream I'd had was right, I wouldn't like what I was waiting for me when I woke up. Compared to that, this was paradise. Just like Uki said, here there'd be nothing but fun things, pleasant things, and happy things in my life. But... that really mean I was alive?
やっぱり
This isn't... I finally managed to get the strength in my arms and stomach to sit up.
やっぱりここ
This isn't real. I was trying to tell myself
実の
that.
中じゃない
No matter how much I didn't want to admit it, no matter how much I didn't want to accept it, no matter how much I wanted to ignore it, that was the truth, even if I'd almost died after being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. As long as I was alive...
やめて
Stop
お願い
it.
ですから
Please
やめ
stop.
て
You
くだ
don't
さい
have to suffer anymore.
キ
Uki,
どうしてなんですか
why? This world can be
あなた
anything you
さえ望
want.
むそれなのに
So why are you trying to destroy this happiness?
そんなこと言
But
った
a
って
dream is just a dream.
夢は
At some
夢
point
で
you
しょ
have to wake up.
覚めない方がいい
Some
夢だ
dreams
って
it's
あり
better
ます
not to wake up from. Uki looked like she was about to cry.
私は
I hurt you so badly that you might die.
もしかしたら
Maybe you'll never be able to go
二度
Oh,
back
と
to your
今
old
までの
life.
たとえ今現実に戻ったとしても
Even if you do go back, excuse
あ
me,
なたを
wow.
待っているのは
To reality now, all that's waiting for you is a life of pain,
嫌
misery,
な
and
ことだら
horrible
けのうち
things.
そんなの
Is that
生きてる
really
って
being
言えるん
alive?
ですか
Is there any point in being
生
alive
き
like
てる
that?
意味があるんですか
The words she said grew in mass and density, creating ripples in my heart. They weighed down heavily upon me, and my mind creaked under the strain. At the same time, the heat and pain from when Uki had stabbed me came rushing back. The feeling of coughing up blood, the feeling of my life flowing out of me. Despair shrouding my heart.
そんなの
I couldn't bear that. That's why
私には耐えられない。
I can see why this path has two endings to it.
だから
That's why I made a new world for you, a world with the happiness you want. I know you'll be happier if you stay here.
私だって
I'll be happier too. Slowly, like a slow-acting poison, all my negative emotions came welling forth to hold me back. It was fine to put on a brave face and say that I had to wake up from my dream, but if Uki was right... Even if I did go back to the old world, my body would be half dead already. And Yui, my little sister... She had been killed by the man I thought was my best friend, and now she was gone. Was there anything left for me in the real world? There's nothing but cruelty and coldness. But in this world, I wasn't hurt at all. Yui was here too. There was even a girl who loved me. Was there really any reason I had to go back? Well, Yuki's voice was shaking. Tears were running down her pale white cheeks.
私のせい。
It's my fault. Everything's my fault.
ウキ
Uki?
私は
Uki started to speak, her head downcast. She told me about herself.
私は
When I was little, Mom and Dad would take me to this strange place.
そこでは
There were a lot of people there, praying and meditating. I imagine it was some kind of religious facility. Evidently, her parents had been involved with some kind of cult.
お父さんとお母
Yeah,
さん
they were
は
very strict people, and they wouldn't tell me why I had to go there, and I never thought it was strange that I did.
ある日
One day, I was taken to that basement, and then right afterwards, there was that big earthquake, and they told me that Mom and Dad had died.
両親の他には
I didn't have any relatives besides them, so I had nowhere to go. So I stayed down in the basement, taking care of the people there.
それも私に
To
とって
me,
は
this was all normal. I never wondered why I had to do it.
どう
I
して
remembered
こん
when I
な
took
こ
her
と
out
を
of
し
that
なければ
basement.
いけないのか
She'd been there since she was very little, and had been
疑問
everything
に
to
思う
her.
こといろいろとお世話をしていると
When I helped them, they would always say thank you.
その言葉を聞
And
く
when I
と
heard those words, I felt so happy and so warm. I would tell myself that they needed me, and that they were counting on me, and that made me very happy.
私のことを
For young Yuki, being needed was the only way she felt she had any value in the world. I could see that from how hard she had worked at Alba Dorm. The desire to be needed was the only thing that kept her going.
私は
It makes me happy when the people around me are happy. Instead of making myself happy, I'd rather make the people around me happy.
誰かに幸
Thus
せ
her
に
power.
なってほしい
I want someone to be happy. I want to make someone happy. I want them to smile and say thank you.
私は
That's why I was
その
born,
た
but
めに生まれ
instead,
たんです
her round eyes filled with tears
それ
again.
なのなのに
But I hurt you.
私のせいで
And because of me, I
私
made you
は
unhappy, Takeru. I can't make you happy in the real world anymore.
でもこの世界なら
Serious Kuma?
私は
Don't
タクルさ
recall
ん
that
の
one.
ことを幸
But
せにすることができ
yeah,
ま
that
す
would be something.
タクル
But
さんに
in
笑
this
っても
world,
ら
I
った
can
り
make you happy. I can make you smile. I can make you say thank you.
だから
So please, stay in this world and help me make you happy.
僕を
Want to make me happy? Yes. Why, I wonder? The meaning of Uki's words slowly sank in. Here I could be happy. Here I could smile.
タクルさん
Takeru? Yeah. So maybe it would be okay to stay here. As soon as I started to think so, I began to feel incredibly tired again. Everything started to get hazy. I'm sure this is for the best. Nobody wants to suffer. There's no difference between reality and delusion anyway. It's all just what your brain is showing you. So it's better to be happy.
タクルさん
If I just let myself sleep,
私が守ります
I'll
から
watch over you. I'll watch over you
あ
and
なた
keep
の
you
幸
happy.
せをずっと
When I wake up, I'll be happy. Well, that's what we get for picking all the positives. Everything started to fade away. A tiny hand rubbed my back. It was Uki's hand, gentle and warm. It would keep me safe. So that. Yeah, maybe she was right. If Uki would make me happy, that was fine with me. I slowly sank into the abyss of unconsciousness. No! Huh? Suddenly I heard a voice that pulled me back from the abyss. A roar filled the air and a single ray of light flashed. It felt like the void itself was being sliced apart. I struggled to open my eyes and then forced my vision into focus. I saw two people there. One was Uki, who was on top of me, and the other... Two
が
Ukis?
二人
The other Uki was holding a huge, elegant blade, far too big for her little body, and using it to tear open a hole in space. The Uki from the other side of the void swung her sword in a flash. Didn't expect two Ukis here. The Uki on top of me leapt back and just barely
あ
dodged.
なた
Ew. My mind was having trouble comprehending the fact that I was seeing two Ukis.
何なんだよ
What the hell? What was happening? What was going on? Was this part of a dream? Or was it real? I was too tired to try to understand. Why were there two Ukis? The other Uki lifted her blade and readied it. Uki raised her hand into the emptiness and plunged it into a crack between dimensions. The quanta formed in the dead spot of my brain. And with a dazzling light, the long flowing blade, the D-sword, appeared in her hand. Yup. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. They both moved at almost the exact same time. The blade was brought down in a flash, like a hawk descending on its prey. The other Uki raised her own weapon to block it. And then the other Uki launched her counterattack. The sword scorched the air as it danced faster than the wind. But her powerful strike was deflected by a strange movement where she held the blade diagonally. Wind, sound, impact, the two switched rapidly between attacker and defender. The two switched rapidly between one place and another. The two switched rapidly in my mind. I couldn't tell which was which anymore. Takuru, don't let her trick you! One of the Ukis seemed to be losing. Slightly, she yelled in a loud voice that didn't sound like Uki at all.
騙される
Trick me? What do you mean?
彼女が
What the me that's in front of you just said it's a lie, so please don't let her trick you.
余計なこと言わ
Don't tell him that. A lie? What she just said? That I could live happily in my dreams? That was all a lie?
よく聞いて
Listen to
くだ
me.
さい
Even if you do what she tells you, it won't make you happy.
僕に幸
I
せ
won't be happy.
そうです
That's right. You'll just melt away into the delusion and never be able to come back.
それ以上は
Don't say another word. Pale fireworks flashed violently in front of me, and rainbow streaks of light burned into my eyes. I tried as hard as I could to think about what the other Uki, the one who had just appeared, was telling me.
タクルさん
Takuru, she's lying to you. You can be happy in your dreams. No, she's lying to you. Which was the real her? Who should I believe?
タクルさん
Takuru, remember. Remember what happened then. Then.
あの日
Remember what happened that day.
それ以上
Don't say another word. What happened that day? It was... That day... What happened?
よく自分の
Ask
心
yourself,
に
think and find the
問い
answer.
かけてください
Whose delusion is this really? I could sense a door that was half open in the back of my mind. The vision of the past I'd seen started to slowly open that door once more.
ダメです
No, stop, don't remember!
思い出して
Remember what really happened and who this delusion really
こ
belongs
の
to.
妄想が本当は
What really
何なもの
happened?
かを
On that day, tiny little boxes in the shape of a person, dark red liquid flowing out of them, an overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... Yui?
ああどうだ
I remember this part. That's what had happened that day. She was everything to me, and you let her die, but now my revenge could be complete. Ito, you...
次は宮下
Now it's your turn, Mishiro. Did you bring that sharp knife?
よく切れるメス
It's so
も
angry about Yui's death.
それがなきゃ
If not, it's gonna hurt bad like it did for Yui.
なんだ
What, are you gonna cry and beg me not to kill you? Get on your knees and weep?
お前
You really...
タクル
Oh,
さん
Takuru. Then Uki came.
よかった
Good, I found you. Listen, Yui is...
ゆうちゃん
And
は
when she saw what happened to Yui... And then... She screamed... What? She real booted the D-sword. What the hell?
なんだよ
What's gotten into her? I remember the D-sword flailing wildly, Ito running and screaming.
待てウキ
Wait, Uki, Ito is still... I got between them. And then, I reached out my hand.
やめろウキ
Stop it, Uki! And in my hand was my D-sword. That's right. I just acted on instinct and grabbed the sword in the corner of my eye.
そして
And then I... Hmm.
僕は
I
刺された
I wasn't the one who was stabbed.
僕が
It was Uki.
ウキを
A horrible sensation of ripping through blood vessels and muscle fiber, body crumpling forward, the sound of her coughing up blood, the thud when she bounced off the pavement, Uki's body turning red, all came back to me. No good times. As the truth of the past came back to me, the Uki from this reality screamed and collapsed to the cold floor. She started to spasm and vomit up blood. Her limbs fled out in impossible directions and froze. It was a slow death, but a certain one. My mouth went wide open in shock as I tried to understand what was happening to her. She reached out her hand into the air, fingers curled as if she wanted to grab something. And then her arm fell, and she stopped moving at all. I remembered even if I wished I hadn't. What I'd just seen was the hidden truth. And because I'd remembered it, the Uki from this reality had died. All the exhaustion and desire for sleep that had been eating away at my body were gone. I suddenly felt something strange and looked down at my hands. In my right hand was a long, sharp sword. The shining blade was covered in sticky blood.
僕
I did it again.
思い出してくれた
You
んですね
remembered, didn't you? The other Uki whispered softly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared at her own twisted body lying on the floor.
ここは
This
タクルさん
wasn't
が
the world
作
you
った世界
created.
ここは
This was the world that Uki Yamazoe created. A world of delusions inside
私
me.
の中の
It's Uki's.
それじゃあ
Then, what about you? Where's the real you right now?
現実の私は
Real me is sleeping in a bed next to you.
僕の
Next to me.
はい
Yes, and this world is my final dream, just before my life fades away. Your dream?
そう
Yes, I real-booted the dream world
私
inside
の
me
夢
and
の世
trapped you
界
here.
の無意
So this
識の
world was
リアル
Uki's
ブーとして
dream.
この子は
Then this girl... Uki's voice sounded a little
こ
sadder.
の子は
She was who I would be if I got
私は
everything
ず
I
っと
ever
欲しいと
wanted.
思っていた
Uki knelt down and silently closed the other cell's eyes. And then she slowly stood up and walked over to the desk and opened the drawer. She took out a tiny envelope. It was a pink envelope, like a little girl would choose.
覚えています
Do
か
you remember this?
それは
It wasn't something from so long ago that I would forget it, and it had left an incredible impression on me, so I remembered it very well. It was the envelope that Yume Azaki had used to send her love letter.
嘘をついて
I'm sorry for
ごめんなさい
lying to you. Yuki looked a little embarrassed.
あの手紙を書い
The
た
one
の
who
は
wrote that letter and the one who appeared to you in that
あなた
cafe
の
in the
理想
form
の
of your
女
ideal
の子の
girl was
姿で
her.
いえ
No,
私
it
だっ
was
た
me. Yuki was Yume Azaki, but why?
憧れていたん
I
ですね
think I always wanted this, even if I never
だ
realized
か
it.
ら
So at least I thought I could have it in my dreams. It was a world that any girl might see once, in her dreams. But for Yuki, maybe that was what she'd always wanted. For a girl who'd grown up in that dark basement who'd never gotten a chance to go to school. Oh, so that's it. Yume Ozaki. Excuse me, something clicked in my mind. Yume Ozaki. Rearrange the letters and it becomes... Yuki Yamazoe. The answer had been there all along.
ありがとうございまし
Thank
た
you, Takeru.
クルさん
Her eyes were still downcast as she spoke. I hope this is almost the end of this, because we're going over time, but it just seems like we're right at the precipice. In my dreams, I was able to live the life I always wanted, even if it was just for a short time. I felt like I knew what Yuki was trying to say.
でも
But now the dream is over.
もうすぐ
The real me is about to
現実の私は死ん
die.
でしまうでしょう
But that's...
でも
But before that happens, I want you to go back to the world where you
タクルさんがいる
belong.
べき世界に戻ってくださいあの
Haven't
人
you?
は
Yeah.
久野里さんが言っていました
Almost into at least a half hour to go. Really?
この妄想の渋谷
That
は
woman, Kurosato, said that if I die, this copy of Shibuya will be swallowed up by the DRXC. Then we'll get to a logical
桜さんは
swapping
その
point.
前に早く
Because, like, I can't go another half hour. So before that happens, you need to...
ウキは
What about you? What will you do?
もう時間は
There's no
あり
time.
ます。
答えになってない。お前はどうす
That's
る
not an answer. What will you do?
私は
Die? She tried to continue, but before she could get out the words, the strength left her body, and she was forced to the ground.
何
What? I quickly ran over to her and grabbed her by the arm and tried to help her up. What are you doing?
タクルさん
You're coming too. You have to come with me. No matter how hard the real world was, no matter how far away happiness
タ
seemed.
クルさん
ほら立て
Come
よ
on, stand up. Stand up and come with
一緒
me.
に来いよ
I would take her with me.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Takeru. And then Uki smiled a little.
でも
But you
ダメ
can't.
です。
She quietly brushed my hand away.
私はもう
That was all I could do to
ここ
come
に
here
来
at
るだ
all.
けでもう限界だったんです。
Alright. Alright. Kai, if this was yesterday, we could go late. But it's not yesterday, so we're gonna save and pick up here. As much as this is not a logical stopping point, if it gets to a we can't stop point, this is still better than. So we'll wait a week and figure out what's gonna go on from here. So, yeah. We're already 10 minutes over, and if there's about a half hour left, I can't. I do have to be up for work tomorrow, so I cannot. Unfortunately. But we'll figure out on Saturday. That's a good plan, right? There won't be a cliffhanger here. Ramen's not going to type in all caps messages in the Discord like, Viper, how could you? No, that's not going to happen. Definitely not. But I got to get some sleep, so, you know. Real world, work, jobs, those types of things, they happen. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. Hope you all had a good time. We had a bunch of good slice of life stuff until everything everything went south, as they do. No, I didn't expect that either. But things are going, you know, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, a, do you know what? It's gotta be... tomorrow, we're actually going to try 20 Minutes to Dawn. Don't know what Tuesday's going to be. Thursday's going to be me and Potions finishing up Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and then I don't know what the rest of that stream's going to be. Don't know what Friday's going to be. Saturday, Sunday are going to be this. I'm leaving things fairly open because I feel like there's a non-zero chance that tomorrow we get information about the Monster Hunter Sunbreak demo, but I don't know. I have no information about it. It just seems logical that they're doing a thing that's going to have Monster Hunter in it, and it's only a few weeks away from Sunbreak. It makes sense, but I have no information. Horizon's going to be a good fallback, because it's still a game we're working on and haven't finished, so like, if no Sunbreak information happens, probably going to be Horizon for some of those days. That's kind of the incomplete plan we got for right now. But yeah, hope everyone had a good time tonight. That's the plan for the next few days. This has been Vipress of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time. Ramen will also point out that we can't possibly end on a scene that has background music in it. And they're right, but here we are anyway.